Radhe Radhe. Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. May this be an offering to Sri Radha Krishna. And as we await our first guests to arrive, allow me to set the intention for this space as being an all-inclusive, welcoming environment, open to everyone, regardless of background, identity, ethnicity, belief system, orientation, you name it. Hello, Asma. Happy to have you here. And thank you for blessing us so early on with your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. Hello, Matsi expert. Hello, Emmett. I hope that everyone who is joining us now are as well as they can be, given whatever circumstances may be prevailing in their life at this time. And even if you're not feeling 100% right now, I hope to affirm you that you are valid in everything you experience, including those funny feelings. And hello, Peter Schaefer. Thank you for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. Is it over? Asks Finding Bliss. Well, the quest for finding bliss is never over. But no, this live stream has just begun. Hello, Maria. Hello, Diana. Barry Waters. Hello, Corey Price. You are early indeed, Barry Waters. Early enough to interact with my question of the day that I like to ask at the beginning of my live streams. And I agree to that, Kevin. There is something uplifting about the start of summer. Indeed. My question of the day today is, what are your favorite words of affirmations? They come in many forms. What works for you? And what do you like to tell others? Let me know. And thank you, Jen Singh, for your dozen roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Hello, Anya. Hello, Kimmy. Hello, Amire. Hola, Lizen. Om Namah Shivaya, Kalki Ji. Barry Water, you share that you say thank you a lot. Thank you is a great pair of words. I love it. Starfire, you share, never give up on your dreams, no matter how big they may be. I love that. And hello, the daily. Your name is Sakiko. I will try to remember that. I'll have to tell myself 3 times. The daily, your name is Sakiko. Sakiko is the name of the daily. And the daily has the name of Sakiko. Okay. Hopefully that's made an impression. But do correct me if I forget. Thank you, Maria, for your rose a moment ago as well. And Liz, thank you for your heart me. Jai Sita Ram. Maria, your favorite word of affirmation is that the love of God surrounds me. Indeed, all that pervasive love in which we live in. You're doing great, says Asma. I love that also. It's good to be affirmed in that. Together divine is Everybody Loves Raven's favorite phrase. That's a great phrase. I'm surprised I haven't heard that before. Together divine. I love that. And everyday people, you share. Your mind is like a parachute. It only works when it's open. I like that. And thank you, our Rizness, for your rose, TikTok, ice cream cone, a GG, and a cloud bread. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Usha, for your heart me. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Diana, you share that when you have anxiety, you always say, "It'll turn out better than I think." And it always does. I love that. Life certainly has a way of exceeding our expectations. Sakiko, you share that I made your daughter's night. She is 7 and adores me. That's very lovely to hear. You're very welcome. The universe is looking after me, shares Anya. I love that. Indeed it is. I deserve self-compassion, shares Matzi Expert. And indeed you do. Strungbystacy.com, you share, "This too shall pass." That is a classic. Everywhere I am, God is, shares Maria. I love that. I got this. Strungbystacy.com also shares. Ale, you say, "Yam, release more ASMR, I need it." Perhaps it is I who needs to release more ASMR. So thank you for providing me this opportunity. I shall. Pray, hope, and don't worry, shares Kevin Padre. So simple. Very pure. Thank you, Nish, for your pair of cloud breads. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Mahina, thank you for your rose. Jai Sita Ram. And I'm glad you enjoyed the question. Everybody loves Raven. Yes, tonight the green screen is on my face. It's because TikTok actually offers a green screen filter or a blue screen filter. And because my tapestry is mostly blue, I've chosen the blue option. But because it's also Throat Chakra Thursday, in which I light my room with blue light, then that makes me part of the blue screen. Which is fun. I'm happy to be dissolving into space. Be still and know that I am God, shares Kalki Ji. Aham Brahmasmi. Live and let live, even if I/you don't understand, says Kimmy. That's a great one. Strangers are therapists, says Mahina. They absolutely can be. Yeah, I think we've all been put in that position ourselves sometimes. And it makes us feel needed, which is nice. And thank you, Anya, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Asma, you ask, will I stream earlier again in the future? Yes. The last 7 days of every month, we do an earlier stream. And thank you, Peter Schaefer, for your rose. Jai Sita Ram. Everybody loves Raven. You share that I think we all would like to dissolve in space. Yeah. Very relatable indeed. and wants the expert some words of affirmations to others, grow at your own pace, but never stop growing. I like that. Even if the growing is slow, you're still growing. And that's what matters. Strung by Stacy, you are wondering, do I feel the pressure when answering people that I say the right thing? There are always ways in which I could have rephrased things. And on the spot, we don't have the luxury of coming up with the best answers. That is why you could be texting your friends, and you're so funny because you have a minute to think about a clever response. And then when you hang out in person, you're just awkward. You don't have that luxury of pausing for a minute and then replying. So yeah, in the moment, there's always a better way to phrase something. But that's okay. It is that room for growth that allows us to be even better speakers next time. Happy you all relate with that joke. Thank you, Anya, for your tiny and finger heart. Yippee! And thank you, Gina, for your pair of roses. Hariom Tatsat. Amanda, you share that your nephew just watched you climb a tree and said you are too small to climb. You can never be too small to climb. Just look at all the squirrels. They're doing good. And look how small they are. You can be too big to climb, however. I've seen some pretty chunky, well-fed squirrels hanging off the end of the branches, just praying that the branch doesn't break. Weighing down the whole tree. Being small actually helps. Be still and listen. It's another affirmation that Mahina shares. And what's my favorite words of affirmation? Mr. Yam, you share. Liz, Well, this morning, I was really practicing them. As many of you know, I've been inspired with the challenge to wean myself off of my antidepressant medication with respect to science and my body's boundaries. I believe that for my needs, as they were prescribed for anxiety purposes, I have learned so many techniques for managing anxiety that I am able to find that calmness within myself. And although I am very grateful for the external support, I feel like it's time to move into a space of internal support. So this morning, in the middle of the night, very early in the morning, I woke up to what I call the precursor to anxiety. It's that feeling where maybe something isn't quite right, but you're not in a panic yet. And you know that if you give energy to the right thoughts, you will be able to have it pass through you. And if you give energy to the negative thoughts, then it arises in the form of anxiety. And so this morning was particularly challenging. I could feel the anxiety rising in my system. And I noticed that there was a certain train of thought that was happening a little more subconsciously. And I realized that the anxiety would increase when I gave more attention to that thought. So I tried to shift my attention to words of affirmation, to gratitude, and I would just think, everything's alright. It's cool. If I keep breathing, this too shall pass. I am loved. I have people that support me. There's a lot of meaning in my life, and I deserve some rest. I'll get there. It's okay to feel like this. And the more I thought that way, the more I fell back asleep and was able to enter a state of relaxation. So I consider that a success today. Thank you for saying hi. The time fly. Oh, it do. Time do be flying. I'm going to minimize the question of the day today, but I thank you all for participating in it together. I very much enjoy exploring these inquiries with you. And Gregard G, you share that your favorite affirmation is thankfulness. Thankfulness is a great affirmation. I love that. And Keeping It Wheels, you share that you benefit from the words, it's okay to not feel or be okay. Absolutely. It's a very positive form of irony that even if you don't feel okay, that's one of the things that are definitely okay to feel. And thank you. Thank you, Kevin, for your heartbeat a few minutes ago. Hariom Tat Sat. And thank you, Giggly Gorgeous, for your heartbeat as well. Jai Sitaram. Before we read another section from Roar the Ganges, which I'd like to start my lives off with, first the question of the day, then a reading. Allow me to extend my gratitude to those who sent a gift whilst we were exploring the question of the day. So I'll continue doing that. Thank you, Alexandra, for your tiny toe. Yippee! And Tatwamasi, thank you for your quintet of roses. Radhe, Radhe. And Paul, thank you for your heart me. Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And hello, Mari. I like your question, the time fly. Who wins in a debate, you or yourself? As long as there is a debate within yourself, then everyone loses. But when there is an agreement within yourself, then everyone wins. And thank you, Linda, for your 52 roses. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Sarah Lynn, for your pair of tiny dinies. Yippee! And a pair of finger hearts. Radhe, Radhe. Giggly Gorgeous, thank you for your 19 roses as well. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Sky Guardian, you ask, am I completely off the meds yet? Not yet. I'm taking the process very slow. Yesterday was the first day in which I didn't take anything, and because my medication has a very long half-life, then an easy way to taper without going to a compounding pharmacy is to go one day on, 1 day off, 1 day on, 1 day off, and then on average the amount in your system decreases. So you can taper off asymptotically that way. And thank you, Alexandra, for your finger heart also. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Sarah Lynn, for another pair of finger hearts. A trio, in fact, and a quintet of roses. Jai Sitaram. Thank you, Pantagor, for your heart me too. And Matsi Expert, thank you for your whipped coffee. Jai Sitaram. Thank you, Gina. Yes, I agree, Greg Archie. Amanda, you share that your nephew just asked me, why is that man so happy? Coming from a 3-year-old. Is he talking about me? I am sure he must be projecting, because there is so much happiness in a 3-year-old. He is only able to perceive the happiness within himself that I may be reflecting back on him. Now allow me to read from another section of this book that we've been reading together, Roar the Ganges, named after the very spiritually revered river in India. The Ganges, or in Sanskrit, the Ganga, is a river system that's viewed as a goddess, so pure that even bathing in it once can wash away all one's karmas, supposedly. Here we are reading from the eyes of the author, Swami Taratmananda, who was not a Swami yet, but is about to be in the coming days in this book. Then he was known as Mark, who was a computer scientist and a newlywed and newly divorced American who went to India to study under the guidance of his guru, Swami Dayananda, in an ashram in Rishikesh, where he was learning Vedanta, study of the Vedic scriptures, humanity's oldest philosophical and spiritual texts. Last time, we ended on a satsang, a spiritual gathering, in which Swami Dayananda, his guru, had a lively discussion with one of the guests, which was Richard, who was a British man who came from England to explore the cultures here. And Richard and him had a lively conversation about the metaphor of life being like a movie. Richard was so amazed by the Swami's answers that he asked Mark to go up with him into his room to continue discussing these topics further. The blackened fluorescent tube buzzed and struggled to life after Richard and I entered my unheated room. Grateful to be sheltered from the wind, I spotted my roommate, the lizard, hanging on my wall near the light. "I am home, dear," I announced blithely. "What?" said Richard, baffled by my strange behavior. "I was just saying hello to my roommate," I replied, pointing to the small reptile on the wall. "Oh," he said dryly. "They don't bite, do they?" "Not as long as you keep them well fed and give them lots of attention." "You know, Mark, you can be quite odd." "Yes, and that's one of my better qualities." Richard fell into the lone chair and I perched myself upon the cot. He fired his questions at me, one after another. I answered them the best I could. He seemed to understand everything from today's class and satsang, but many doubts remained. His biggest doubt pertained to consciousness in deep sleep. I still don't understand, he complained. How can I be conscious in deep sleep? I experience consciousness during the waking and dream states, but I am unconscious in deep sleep. Is that really your experience? I asked. Or is it your interpretation of the experience? What do you mean? In deep sleep, we experience nothing at all. Based on that experience, you have jumped to the conclusion that consciousness ceases to exist then. But the experience of deep sleep could be interpreted in two ways. Either consciousness vanishes, or consciousness continues, but there is nothing to be conscious of. If your mind were completely blank, absolutely empty, what would you be aware of? Nothing, I suppose. Correct. You would be conscious of the absence of activity in your mind. It would be like standing in a dark room with your eyes wide open. I paused, searching for a way to explain this more vividly. Oh, said Richard. Are you going to tell me another of your strange science fiction stories? You seem to have me figured out, I said with a laugh. Try this experiment. Suppose you are reading a book in a windowless room, furnished only with a chair, table, and lamp. And then you suddenly were plunged into complete darkness. From this experience, you could draw one of two conclusions. Either the light bulb burnt out, or else you suddenly went blind. Either conclusion is possible, but one is most likely wrong. Based only on your experience in that moment, you could not prove which had occurred. Sitting in darkness, you could neither prove that you could see, nor could you prove that the bulb had burnt out. But you know that eyesight is generally reliable, and light bulbs do occasionally burn out, so you could interpret your experience correctly. You would conclude that you can indeed see, but because of darkness, you see nothing. To correctly interpret your experience, you needed to consider more than the experience alone. You had to know something about eyesight and light bulbs. Only with this additional knowledge could you correctly interpret your experience of darkness. In the same way, knowledge about the nature of the mind and consciousness is necessary in order to correctly interpret your experience of deep sleep. Consciousness is your essential nature, the reality of who you are. Do you think it blinks on and off like a refrigerator's light when the door is open or shut? It's not common sense to suppose that you blink in and out of existence. You would never say, I slept so soundly last night that I ceased to exist for a few hours. You know from your own experience that your mind can go blank, like in deep sleep, or perhaps in meditation. While awake or dreaming, you are aware of your mind's activities, and in deep sleep, you are aware of your mind's complete silence. This is your experience of deep sleep. Consciousness remains, but there is nothing present to be experienced. Hello, Simone. Richard still had doubts. If I am conscious in deep sleep, why don't I know it then? I answered, while you are sitting in the dark room with your eyes wide open, there is no way just then to know that you could still see. You would have to re-examine your experience later, in the presence of light. In the same way, you have to re-examine your experience of deep sleep after you wake up to conclude that you were conscious throughout. I still don't get it, Richard said, his face twisted with frustration. Why can't I be aware of my consciousness in deep sleep? Ah, there's the problem. You can never be aware of consciousness. Even right now, you are conscious, but you are not aware of consciousness. Consciousness is not an object that you can experience. Consciousness is you. Consciousness is that by which you become aware of all experiences. But consciousness can never become an object of experience. I recalled an Upanishad passage I had once studied with Swami Dayananda. Wait a minute, Richard, I said, rising from the cot. I found my copy of the Mandukya Upanishad and turned its pages until I found the section that I read. It cannot be perceived, controlled, grasped, inferred, deliberated, or described. Its proof is your own existence. It is free from attributes, unchanging. That is Atma, the self, that is to be known. I read these lines to Richard and explained, consciousness can never be known because it is the knower. It is you. Without consciousness, there could be no experience of waking, dream, or deep sleep. So, this Upanishad teaches that you are the very consciousness by which your experiences in all three states are known. I stifled a yawn. It's getting a bit late, Richard observed. You must be getting tired, and I have to get back to Lakshman Jhula. Yes, I agreed. And we both have to get up early for tomorrow's class. We can continue this discussion some other time. In the meanwhile, why don't you sleep on it? Sleep on it? Richard mocked me as he rose from the chair. He walked out onto the veranda and disappeared into the night. Shortly after, I stretched out on the cot and immediately fell into the silent, darkly shining abyss known as deep sleep. I see my video went out. Thank you for letting me know. Very reminiscent of the nothingness that our author has described upon entering deep sleep. Fortunately, the video will be back much quicker than Swamiji's vision. Oh, I spoke too soon. Such is the nature of technology. So necessary, and yet so fickle. Nonetheless, I thank you everyone for listening with me. Have I gone blind? Exactly, branches. Or is it a light bulb? Says Greg R.G. Now, Also, thank you for those who sent a gift whilst I read, to allow me the honor of extending my gratitude back to you now that I have a moment for you. Hello, Andromeda. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Let's see here. Matzi Expert. Thank you for those pair of ice cream cones you sent. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Shannon, for your finger heart. Jai Sitaram. Wesleyan, Korean. You ask, do I pronounce while like Stewie from Family Guy? I remember that scene. Why are you saying it like that? It's Cool Whip, Brian. Cool Whip. Why are you saying it like that? What? I'm just saying. Cool Whip. Learning Sanskrit is tricky business because it has aspirated and unaspirated versions of each consonant. And now it's starting to infect the way that I read English, because English has the possibility of being aspirated also, but we don't distinguish it in modern English. But the spelling can often reflect it. There's really no reason to have an H in the word while, unless you pronounce it while. You aspirate it. But in Sanskrit, we are forced to differentiate between aspirated and unaspirated consonants. So it's hard to read English and know that I shouldn't distinguish, and then read Sanskrit and go, I should distinguish. So now I sound like Stewie Griffin. Thank you, Shannon, for your finger heart as well. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you, Matzi Expert, for your fire. Heart me and team bracelet also. Jai Sitaram. And hello, Ro. Thank you, Alice. That's very kind of you for shouting me out. I'm very happy that you found value in such a book that we were reading together. And thank you, Vanessa, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. And hello, Dash, strung by Stacy. You share that you are astonished that I know Family Guy. I have a very embarrassing memory. In grade 2, my teacher, Mr. Morand, he asked us what our favorite TV show was, and I said Family Guy. And he looked very concerned that one of his grade 2 students said Family Guy was one of their favorite shows. Thank you, Bloodbrina, for your rose as well. Jai Sitaram. And Sarah Lynn, thank you for your tiny and a team bracelet. Yippee! Thank you, Riley. I trust that your day has been going well as well. And Bex, you were wondering, how did I learn Sanskrit? Through the internet, as well as a textbook I've been learning. There are many great resources online. It all starts with learning the alphabet, although it's technically not an alphabet. There's alphabets, abjads, and abugidas. Alphabets have vowels and consonants. Abjads just have consonants, and you're supposed to infer the vowels. Abhagitas are trickier to define, since they are kind of syllabary, where their consonants all have implied vowels unless modified by other diacritics. But nonetheless, I don't want to bore you with that distinction. And thank you, Steph, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Gregor, you were wondering, how many letters? Abgats, Abjads, Abhagitas in the language. Hope you spelled it close to right. Yes, you spelled it right. There are a lot of consonants in Sanskrit, but that is not just because it is an Abhagita, but because, what kind of a word is that? But also because, that should be a word. It's very expressive, since it differentiates between aspirated and unaspirated. So that doubles the amount of letters that you might normally have. And it also has another row of consonants called retroflex consonants, which English doesn't have either. So that adds another 7 or so sounds. In total, there are 5 places of articulation and 7 modifications that one can pronounce upon each place of articulation. So that creates a magic rectangle of 5 times 7, or 8 actually. 5 times 8, which is 40 different sounds that can be made. So that's about 40 characters, but then there's additional characters for certain combinations of characters, ligatures, and that bumps it up to more like 70, 80, 90. However, the difference between a spoken language and written language is something that we can distinguish. We speak English, but we write in Latin. We have a Latin alphabet. Sometimes the script and the language are one. Like the Greeks speak Greek, and they also write in the Greek alphabet. Sanskrit has no written form. We have to borrow other languages. And depending on how you transcribe the sounds of Sanskrit, then you get more or less letters. Thank you, Matzi Expert, for your team bracelet a minute ago too. Hari Om Tat Sat. Chloe, you ask, is it healthy to meditate on a couch or on a chair without back support? As long as you don't fall asleep and you are comfortable, then that is a good spot to meditate. You can make it a discipline to meditate without any support, but it's going to be more challenging. However, that allows you to be able to meditate anywhere, which is a good compromise, in my opinion. And thank you, Nunya, for your heart me a few minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Alice, for your heart me and trio of tiny tinies. Yippee! Faux real you share. The same is true with Korean. Now, you speak Korean, but it also has a unique alphabet, or a script, rather. And I heard that the Korean script is actually very structured, and that the symbols used to convey the sounds actually tell you a lot about the sounds themselves, which is cool. I like that human chinchilla. The first language is Gugu Gaga. We were all fluent in baby talk, and it worked. Somehow our mothers could interpret between the goos and the gags, whether we were hungry or thirsty or needed our diaper changed. Thank you, Wesley, for your heart me too. Radhe, Radhe. But Gregor, you were wondering, if cuneiform is not a language but instead symbols, then when/where did the first language come from? The oldest language that we do know of is indeed Sanskrit. And strangely, humanity started writing down words a lot long after they spoke words. Which is funny, because today they come hand in hand. I just realized I didn't minimize Roar the Ganges yet. Someone tell me next time. It is said in the Vedas that the reason humanity started writing stuff down is because the capacity of our mind to remember started decreasing, which is the opposite narrative to what we're taught in the West, that our minds were expanding, and so we learned how to use technology. But in the first things written down, we have first-hand accounts of people saying the exact opposite. They said we didn't want to write things down. We could at any time. We had to, because the state of the human mind was decreasing. We were unable to tell stories in their full length without making mistakes. Errors started creeping in. We had to start writing things down because the capacity of our mind was decreasing. And from some perspective, in our experience, this does make sense. The more civilization grows, and the more we become dependent on technology, we do indeed suffer, in many ways, in our capacity to remember things. Modern life is so busy that it's difficult with a clear mind to remember even what we did a week ago today. But in the simplicity of life, ages ago, there was a lot less to remember. We could have more focus on the accounts of our life. Hey, tonight you share that you slept with throat chakra songs yesterday and dreamt that you were screaming. Well, you are certainly finding your voice, aren't you? And thank you, this guy, for your 20 roses a few minutes ago. Radhe, Radhe. And Nanya, thank you for your team bracelet too. Jai Sita Ram. And thank you, Spencerius, for your trio of tiny tinies. Yippee! And hello, Hexakin. Happy to have you here. For real, you were wondering, is this, what was your word choice, a form of Buddhism? No, I don't claim to be a representative of any culture or spiritual practice. However, I love to relate in stories of many cultures, particularly Buddhism, Taoism, Hinduism, which have inspired me in many ways. And thank you, Strung by Stacy, for your octet of team bracelets. Jai Sitaram. And that's quite alright, for real. You are allowed to ask any question that comes to mind. As long as it is sincere, I will gladly attend to it. Lazuli Lake, you are wondering, what story has impacted my life the most? I suppose my story, story that I exist in. But of the ones told to me, I am very much drawn to many Eastern masters and the stories of their life, like of the Buddha, or story of Krishna and Arjuna in the Great War of the Mahabharatam. The story of many modern gurus too, like Ramana Maharshi, Paramahansa Yogananda, Swami Vivekananda, and his guru, Ramakrishna Paramahansa. How do I pronounce your name? Wikizmidova. You're wondering, where am I from? Well, when we zoom out, it is almost miraculous that we find ourselves in practically the same spot in the entirety of the universe. Consider the trillions of galaxies, and each galaxy carrying a trillion stars. Many star systems have dozens of planets. And in this solar system, we are from the same planet. We are from the same spot in the grand scheme of things. And yet we are so concerned with the invisible boundaries that we draw on this planet. We are from the same soil. Well said, Stephen. However, if you must know, this body has arisen in the geographical place we call Canada, which is a funny name. Apparently, according to my studies in high school, Canada came from some First Nation word, Kanata, which meant something like village. So when the colonizers came, they asked, "Where are you from? What is this place called?" They said, "A village. I am from this village." Oh, okay. Canada. Strung by Stacy, you ask, if I become a guru, do I pick a new name that sounds guru-like? Spiritual names are conferred by a guru. I am not so certain that we have any choice in the matter. Swamis are normally given names that end in Ananda, meaning bliss. And are prefixed by some root word from which the bliss originates. Swarmer. In other words, you are wondering what I sound like around my family. Now, if you go onto my Instagram, last night, I posted a story for my 2 kittens, Sandy and Shadow. They turned 2 years old yesterday. And if you listen to my voice in that video, I sound like this.
Whose birthday is it? Oh my goodness. Sandy, are you 2 years old today? Happy birthday, Sandy. Shadow, is it your birthday too? My goodness.
Sometimes different contexts give rise to different voices. Naturally, the way you speak to your parents is going to be different from the way you speak to your friend, and the way you speak to your friend is going to be different than the way you speak to your grandparent. The way you speak to your grandparent is going to be different from the way you speak to your child. Different circumstances give rise to different voices, but none of them in particular are your voice. A voice is used for communicating with another person, without another person to communicate to. Then that voice has no meaning, no relevance. It is meant to deliver information. Naturally, in a context such as a spiritual sangha, I take many influences from the spiritual masters that I have learned from, many of whom have originated elsewhere. Many Buddhist teachers and Sanskrit speakers, many dialects around the region of Bharata. So when discussing spiritual matters, I tend to imagine the same kinds of intonations and themes through which I first learned of these topics. That all plays a role in how I speak to you all. Rokio Sweeney, or it's Rocio, perhaps. Nonetheless, you ask, what's my advice for controlling our emotions We snap easily as adults. My first advice would be to change the way we speak about our emotions. When we speak about our emotions as something to control, to manage, to get a hold of, then we speak as though we have an authority over them. Emotions don't behave like that. In fact, the more we try to get a hold of our emotions, the more they slip through our fingers, and then the more agitated we become by them. When we say, control our emotions, I believe it is a figure of speech. Because what we have to control is not the emotion itself, but it's our own reaction to it. Whether sadness, anger, guilt, fear arises, that is never something we can control. No? Which of us decided, I'm going to be afraid in this moment. I'm going to be happy in this moment. I'm going to be sad in this moment. If we could control our emotions, life would be a lot easier, wouldn't it? Emotions are like experiences, no different than the experiences that surround us. We don't control what happens to us, but we can control how we react to them. So when a particularly difficult emotion arises, it is best not to seek to control it in some way, but respond to it with acceptance and openness. And that might seem like a paradox, because when sadness or anger or fear arises, wouldn't accepting it just bring more of it on? Wouldn't we be validating that we should experience this? But a funny thing happens when we do accept our emotions. They disappear. So the way to disappear an emotion is not to reject it or kick it out, but to bring it on, to let it follow, and in that flow, become open-minded. Feel that feeling arise, but do not become reactive to it. Sit with it, and it will pass. Self-control. And thank you, Old Forester, for your pair of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Rami, for your rose. Jai Sita Ram. Hi, Jinky. Human Chinchilla. You share that you react to sadness by laughing. When it is our own sadness, it can be very healing to find the humor in it. Both laughter and crying can equally be great ways of relieving oneself. Sometimes both at the same time. Human emotions are complicated that way. You can find something funny whilst also being in pain. You can even find your pain funny. Like the time I fell down a staircase and I dropped my butter chicken and rice all over the floor. I had to laugh because it was funny. I was also sad and a little hurt. Thank you, Lucas, for your heart me and a whole year's worth of roses. One for every day. Radhe, Radhe. Yude's deleted. Shares human chinchilla. Well, that makes two of us. Swarmer, you're wondering if I like Spinoza. I have not studied Spinoza myself, but we do have many Spinoza lovers here. You also asked how you can become more productive and waste less time. The best way to make the most out of your day is to make the most out of your night. What I mean is that in order to put the most energy into something that you want to do, that means accumulating the most energy you can so that you can go and render it unto that which you want to give. That is to say, let your sleep be so restful that you are bouncing out of bed with so much energy. Just as it is important to apply ourselves fully, this applies also to the rest we take, which can sometimes seem counterintuitive in our culture of productivity. We might feel like the more we rest, then the less we are able to do our best. But it couldn't be more further from the truth to put it like this. Because how can we have any energy to do the things we want if we aren't taking the time ourselves to accumulate that very energy? So the more time we can spend forgiving ourselves and recharging, the more we will be able to apply ourselves to that which we want to be productive in. Thank you, Larissa, for your heart me also. Jai Sitaram. Strung by Stacy. You share that you are going to bed as well. Well, may you have a wonderful and restful sleep, my dear. And thank you, Lynette, for your subscription as well. Always happy to have you here. And I thank you again for the opportunity to be of more service to you. Jai Sitaram. Julia, you ask how to get out of freezing state due to trauma. You sleep all day and obligations give you anxiety. And in parentheses you share that therapy doesn't help. There are many forms in which therapy can take place. I wouldn't give up on therapy if one methodology didn't work for you. Some people simply don't know that there are many different kinds of psychologists, that a counselor is very different from a psychiatrist. Psychiatrist is very different from a psychoanalyst. And even in therapy, there are many different modalities. CBT, DBT, person-centric, Jungian, and many, 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 many more. If you are open to trying new ways of experiencing introspection, then I would recommend that. Nonetheless, there are other ways in which we can feel like we are achieving something therapeutic. When it comes to sleeping a lot and getting anxiety from obligations, that sounds a lot like to me that you are still learning how to be vulnerable. And it definitely requires some vulnerability to go out there and apply yourself. It takes a lot of courage. And in your rest that you do during the day, that you share. You're certainly allowed that time. Perhaps it is more like a hibernation for you. And at some point, there will be a time in which you come out of your shell, emerge as a butterfly. And if that time isn't coming, not right now, well, that's all right too. Give patience to yourself and allow yourself to be in part of the process to getting there. You don't have to feel like everything must be figured out overnight. By the law of incremental growth, you will get there slowly, but that is the way interest grows. 1% a day might not feel like a lot, but after many days it begins to compound quite a lot. And thank you, Lucas, for your tiny a minute ago.
Yippee!
And Masa, thank you for your 7 roses. Jai Sitaram. And I appreciate your advice as well, Human Chinchilla. Live each day trying to do as much as you can. Doesn't matter what. Go on walks in nature. I like that. Yeah, do what is within your capacity. And if your obligations are overwhelming, then consider asking for help. Maybe you have taken off more than you can chew. Perhaps you would benefit from less obligations right now. But I understand that every situation is very unique, and sometimes that is easier said than done. And thank you, Lynette, for your forever rosa and hand hearts. Hari Om Tat Sat. Hello, Whisper. Katrina Hamilton, you are wondering an age-old question. Why does God allow war to happen instead of peace? Will the world ever find peace? These are great questions. One that I certainly have spent a lot of time wondering throughout my life. It, of course, is a very delicate conversation. We have to respect many different aspects simultaneously. So let's start with the elephant in the room, the suffering. Suffering is not something that we would wish on anyone. That suffering that many people experience, especially through conflict such as war, is very real. The Buddhists say that suffering is the most real thing that you can experience. Omnipotent is one of the adjectives used to describe God, along with the other omniscient, and omnibenevolent. If God is all-knowing, He knows that bad stuff is happening on earth. He's all good. And He wouldn't do anything to harm us. As well as omnipotent, can end the suffering. Why doesn't He? It's a good question. And to answer it, let me explore some of my own writings on this topic in this book. This book has a very simple and straightforward purpose. I write down a question, and then I write down a simple answer that makes sense to me. I don't believe that the answer is true, but I use it as another vantage point to ask another question, and I keep going like that, question, answer, question, answer, question, answer, until I get to the bottom of something that makes sense to me. So naturally, seeing all this conflict and being taught that God is omniscient, omnipotent, and omnibenevolent, this definitely seems like a contradiction, right? Naturally, you may then reject the idea of God entirely. Why? Because what you have been given as a narrative does not align with your lived experience. You experience all this suffering, and yet you're taught that God could, should, and would end the suffering. For example, if God is capable of preventing suffering, which is the moral thing to do, why doesn't He? If God listens to all prayers, why hasn't He answered mine? Or, if God is everywhere, why doesn't He reveal Himself? I agree, Swarmer. With these in mind, it seems like God is indifferent to human suffering. So what is the common theme between all of these contradictions, between our experience and the narrative we're taught? The common theme is that we perceive some absence of God where we have been taught to find the presence. So what is the remedy? The remedy is to understand God in terms of absence rather than presence. What is God's absence? Well, when we find an area where we're supposed to see God, but there clearly isn't, there is the potential for good. So why is there a potential for good? To give us the opportunity to help. It is no coincidence that we see an opportunity to help. That potential for good is something we can witness. Why? For our own benefit. Why does it benefit us to be of help? To give us purpose. Why is it purposeful to be helpful? Because we are serving a higher good. What is a higher good? Something you believe to be greater than yourself. Why is it important to believe in something greater than yourself? To give others a chance to teach us something. Why? So that we grow. But why be growing? It makes the moment meaningful. How does growing make the moment meaningful if that implies we are lacking something now? Because it also entails that we are in the process of gaining something. Why do we feel that the process is secondary to the outcome? Because the outcome is what we're working towards. And why does what we're working towards hold more value than the process? Because it is what guides the process. But if the purpose of the goal is to direct the process, and the purpose of the process is to reach the goal, then what is the result of this whole feedback loop? To iteratively refine our abilities. Why? So that we become closer to realizing our full potential. Why do we have to realize our full potential? So that we have something to move towards. Why should we always be moving towards something? To be dynamic. What is appealing about being dynamic? It is productive. What is the necessity of being productive? There is so much to be done. Why does it need to be done? To fulfill our potential. Why does our potential need to be fulfilled? To give purpose to that potential. Why give purpose to that potential? So that we discover beautiful things. You see, this absence of God is secretly the presence in the form of potential. That potential is given to us, for us to serve, to give us purpose. So how shall we do so with humility? By recognizing the potential to have been in it all along. Then what is our role in unfolding that potential? To be the witness of it. Why does beauty need a witness? Because its purpose is to be seen. And what is the benefit in experiencing beauty? So that we feel whole. Why does experiencing beauty complete us? Because we finally feel relief of nothing needing to be added. Why is perfection relieving? To rest from our duty of perfecting. And why is perfection exhausting? Because it is endless. And if true perfection is unattainable, how is it that we are occasionally satisfied by some experiences? We are momentarily able to perceive the infinite through the limit of the expression. How is a finite expression able to mimic the infinite? By converging arbitrarily close. How do we become more sensitive to that infinite? By being witness to that potential. And lastly, when is it our place to bring out the potential we see? And in 2 words, in consent. So, it is rather ironic that we see all the suffering in the world and then come to the conclusion that there is something missing. Because that something missing is exactly where we come in. It is our purpose to fill in precisely that, to give our lives meaning. To unfold the potential that we bear witness to, so that the beauty, precisely that, to give our lives meaning. To unfold the potential that we bear witness to, so that the beauty. My apologies. My internet disconnected me for a moment. Now when it has returned, do let me know, so that I may continue being of service to you. I trust that it shall return momentarily. I think it is back. Do tell me. All sorted? Thank you, Steve. All right. And I did get your name right, Rocio. Happy to hear that. Thank you, everyone. And thank you to those who sent a gift whilst we were reading from that journal of mine. Whisper, thank you for that heartbeat. And Mama Bear, thank you for your rose. But to finish what I was saying, we unfold that potential in the world so that we bear witness to that beauty for our own completion. And thank you, Rami, for your pair of roses. Radhe, Radhe. And Tan Hao Yu, thank you for your heart me. Jai Sita Ram. And Lazuli Lake, thank you for your rose. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. I am happy that you witnessed the beauty in it. Thank you, Eddie, for your pair of roses also. Hari Om Tat Sat. Seaport, Love, you share that you saw your mom in your dream. She is a sweet soul. I'm very happy to hear that. The impressions that others make on us can certainly live on in our dreams, and so our relationship with them may unfold. Like Paul McCartney's song, Let It Be. He was grieving the death of his mother. She meant a lot to him, naturally. And while dreaming, his mother, who was named Mary, came to him and said, "Let it be." And he woke up fulfilled, satisfied, like he had closure. So our relationships can truly grow and evolve with the people that have already deceased. Thank you, Lazuli Lake, for your 119 roses, actually, if my math is correct. Radhe, Radhe. And Kaisa, thank you for your pair of roses. Jai Sita Ram. Nikatos, you are wondering if I can tell a little bit about the class system of India, the castes, and how it is connected to Hinduism. It technically is not a part of Hinduism. Hinduism is defined by the Jnana Kanda section of the Vedas, the philosophical platform of belief. That is in comparison to the Karma Kanda, which includes ritualistic things, as well as prayers and functions of society. The concept of the caste system is often a point of contention because we compare it to our Western system of upper, lower, and middle class. But it's really incomparable. Because at the heart of Hinduism, there is no class system. There is no such thing as elevated souls or unelevated souls. Everyone is eligible for immortality. Everyone is born as a Shudra, and through study and discipline work their way up to becoming a Brahmin. You cannot be born into knowledge. It has to come through work and austerity. In the age of Kali, which is the astrological system used in Hinduism, this is the age in which society falls apart, and with it, the caste system also. So people are belittled based on their place of origin and their family. But this is not an effect of the tenets of Hinduism, but the karma kanda of the Vedas being misrepresented and influenced by the age of Kali, the dark age of hypocrisy, quarrel, and thank you, Seaporty Lil Love. I'm not sure if I'm breaking up the morphemes of your name into the right sections, but nonetheless, thank you for your hanging lights. Hariom Tatsat. And thank you, Rocio Sweeney, for your disco love. Port, you share? Alright, I will call you Port, if you wish. Thank you, Kyle Rogers, for your pair of team bracelets and a heart me. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And thank you, Ricky, for your hand hearts also. Jai Sitaram. Rami, you share that you've been told you can't become fully spiritual if you are consuming media. What are your thoughts? You are already fully spiritual. Sounds like someone was projecting. It is very clearly laid out in the Bhagavad Gita. Arjuna asks God, the Spirit himself, to be spiritual, should I renounce the world, not be affiliated with society, go into the jungle, meditate on the formless light of God, and that way become liberated? Or can I, whilst still engaging with society, become spiritual? Krishna said, you could do either. But the path of engaging with the world, with devotion, but inwardly renouncing it, is the far superior path. You serve as a role model in society, who can still be engaged in it, but yet be so spiritually revered. True renunciation is not an abstinence from anything. A renunciate means that you no longer have expectations for how the world should or shouldn't be. The problem with consumption of media is that it sets up a lot of expectations for the world. Something is going wrong, something is going right. This can lead to such inner conflicts when favorable outcomes come and unfavorable outcomes come. Renounce not the ways in which you engage in the world, but renounce your attachments to them. Vairagya is the Sanskrit term, and it refers to dispassion. It does not refer to changing anything that you do, simply changing the way you think. And that is all. And that is known as Karma Yoga, in case you wanted to do your own research on it. And thank you, Bart, for your hanging lights. Jai Sitaram. Gyoza. Gyoza enjoyer. Thank you for your pumpkin spice latte. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, MJ, for your hand hearts. Jai Sitaram. I'm happy to have you here, Bella. And thank you, Jos, for your hand hearts also. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Gloria, you are wondering if I have any advice on how to deal with a toxic mother. I am sorry to hear that you are struggling in your relationship with her. Sometimes we find ourselves best mothered in other ways from our biological mother. As the Christians say, the blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb. You may find family elsewhere, but until that time comes, be careful with the words you choose to label your situation. Now, referring to your mother as toxic is very descriptive, and it tells me everything I need to know. However, it also is placing a limitation on yourself. If you see yourself in a situation in which your abilities are being decreased, then you manifest that yourself. So although it sounds counterintuitive, it's important to be optimistic about your future. That yes, this present moment is certainly challenging, but there's also so much potential for growth. Although daring, you may look for ways to better your communication abilities with your mother, set boundaries where they need to be, and inwardly let go of the expectations that she has put upon you. But referring to her in the negative sense will not do anyone good. There has to be faith that this adversity will help you grow. In fact, oftentimes, difficulties in childhood can lead to such an expanded worldview. The most sensitive people on the planet have so much love for everyone because they knew how precious it was in their childhood. Some of the best therapists, psychiatrists, psychologists, they are able to relate with their patients because they know what it's like to go through similar feelings. Hold space for these feelings. Let yourself be uncomfortable. Nothing can limit your growth. And the best thing you can do for your growth is to recognize its infinite potential, especially during challenges, during adversity. It is an opportunity for you to practice patience and compassion. And the truth is, you don't need a role model such as your mother to tell you the difference between right and wrong. That higher self that could be present in her is also present in yourself. So don't let her limit you by the labels of negativity. Thank you, Emily, for your 20 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Susan, you share that you don't know what to do anymore. I'd be surprised if anyone knows what they're doing. This human life is very short. But what makes sense is kindness. What makes sense is sincerity. What makes sense is truthfulness. These qualities one always comes back to, even when the whole world is chaotic and unpredictable. There's something that makes sense about being happy in spite of all the challenges. You might as well. And thank you, Gloria, for your trio of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Gyoza enjoyer, you share that you feel like you don't belong on this planet. What can you do? That's very understandable. When we put so much of our sense of self in the world and come back empty-handed, it may feel like we don't belong there. And in spirit, you are right. As consciousness, we are not from this world. We are not from even this entire universe. Consciousness is something entirely separate from all of material existence. But that doesn't mean your experience isn't necessary. The challenges that you're going through may seem to only burden you, but actually, it is from the challenges in life that we learn so much more. When we look back on our past with a kind of compassion and patience, we are able to see that friendship that didn't work out, that class I failed, that movie that I never got to see, all of these experiences made me who I am today. And I may look at the past with a different perspective, that I could have made different decisions. But you know this because of all the mistakes you've made, because of all the ways you've learned from the challenges. You are meant to witness this world. No one is meant to be a part of it. The world is like our playground for the soul to express itself. And the soul best expresses itself by unfolding its potential. You are infinite. The world is finite. From the infinitude of your soul, pour out in service to give to the world, and naturally, you will find purpose. Thank you, Susan, for your rose. Radhe Radhe. And thank you, Liz, for your train. It's a beautiful gift. Jai Sitaram. Rami, you also share that someone told you you're not spiritual if you transition because it's attachment. What are my thoughts? Recognizing that this body you are born with is not you is a very deep spiritual revelation. Many great yogis and spiritual masters struggle with this concept too. We feel like we are the body, and yet we know that spiritually we are so much more. People in the LGBTQ, the queer community in general, they are so spiritual because they recognize the true essence of their identity to be beyond what their body and society demands for them. And thank you, Michelle, for your pair of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Jonathan, for your quintet of roses. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Michelle, you share that you've been so stressed today, and hearing my voice is so relaxing. Well, I'm very grateful to be in the presence of your own relaxation then. Thank you. And hello, Ricard Dog. Koleb, you were wondering on any developments to the trip to India. Well, today I've started researching what it takes to get a travel visa, and I've given myself a to-do list. It's really 4 things I need to do: travel insurance, vaccinations, get an international SIM card, and what was the other thing? The visa. I've been looking into those things today, feeling a little more knowledgeable and understanding of the process of traveling to a new country. So far, I've saved up 2,000 Canadian dollars, which is, depending on which flight I get and what date I book it, probably most of the way there. I mean, maybe if I got a really cheap flight, that might be enough. Young Soft Serve, you share that you were talking to your mom about me. She is 60 and has just recently started a transformation in her life. Well, I'm very honored. Michelle, you are wondering, is there any way to go around not getting the vaccines? I understand your inquiry. There is an overlap between many spiritual communities and those who are hesitant towards modern medical science, which is natural because for so many thousands of years we have survived without them. As you connect with ancient spiritual traditions, you might begin to question many different aspects of modern medical institutions. This is very understandable. However, we must understand that modern medical science is not in disagreement with ancient spirituality. We should respect both the science and the spirituality. There are many things that science covers that spirituality does not, and vice versa. To be afraid of the technology is to not be in complete understanding of how much knowledge has gone into them, just as there is so much understanding that has also gone into the spiritual scriptures from many thousands of years ago. That is right, Susan. I do have a sock over my microphone. Amanda, you are wondering, what does it mean exactly to not be attached to someone? I'll tell you what it doesn't mean. It doesn't mean we are averse to them. Like, we won't be listening to their problems anymore, or holding space for them. It doesn't mean that we won't show up at their birthday party, or give them love. You can do all those things and still be unattached. What we are unattached to through the spiritual practice is not any part of our relationship with them. It's our expectations for them to be a certain way. It's the expectations for them to be perfect, I guess, in some ways. Being unattached means whatever comes their way, you will hold space for. If their mind changes about you, then that is okay also. It is a recognition of all that which we can't control about them, and letting go of the need to be a manager for different aspects of their lives. Hello, Maggie. If you feel like you are supposed to land in this life, then land ho! Hello, Shahir. Who am I? I've been thinking about that a lot lately. It's a good question. A question we should probably all ask ourselves. And I appreciate your cautiousness, Lynette, about the vaccination. But I have had many in my life, and I have no complications. As you are a frequent member of our Sangha, you find value in the things that I say, which I hope also implies that spiritually speaking, I am not limited in that way either. I am healthy and happy, and that is all that matters, isn't it? As long as I am acting out of kindness, with an opportunity for me to engage in all around, then that is the most one could ask for. Maggie, you share that something is telling you to stay. Maybe there's something you need to hear. Well, why don't we crack open another section from the Bhakti Pema Chodron. She is a Buddhist nun and one of the wisest women in the world. Let us read from another section of her works. This one is dedicated to you, Maggie. We'll let the universe decide what we'll read today. We will read number 39, if I read that right. Sharing the love. Sharing the heart is a simple practice that can be used at any time and in every situation. It enlarges our view and helps us remember our interconnection. The essence of this practice is that when we encounter pain in our life, we breathe into our heart with the recognition that others also feel this. It's a way of acknowledging when we are closing down and of training to open up. When we encounter any pleasure or tenderness in our life, we cherish that and rejoice. Then we make the wish that others could also experience this delight or this relief. In a nutshell, when life is pleasant, think of others. When life is a burden, think of others. If this is the only training we ever remember to do, it will benefit us tremendously and everyone else as well. It's a way of bringing whatever we encounter onto the path of awakening, bodhicitta. Sharing the heart. Thank you for listening, everyone, and especially you, Maggie. And thank you, Leslie, for your friendship necklace. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, MJ, for your half-dozen roses. Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Thank you, Susan, for your trio of roses as well. Jai Sitaram. Joey Garcia, you ask, are the four spiritual bodies physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual? Those are certainly four different aspects of our experience, and depending on how you count, you could enumerate them to different numbers. You could group emotional and mental together, or you could even separate the sensual from the physical, or the intellectual from the mental. There is a whole infinitude of pieces of ourself between every other piece, a spectrum of being, as above, so below. But categorizing different parts of our experience can be a helpful way to come into contact with the areas that need our attention. We could be succeeding in our spiritual endeavors, but our body has needs too. We could be succeeding in our body's needs, but not fulfilling our mental ones. So looking at various parts of ourselves can help us decide what needs more attention. And thank you, Danzuela, for subscribing. You know I am always delighted to have you here. I'm so grateful for the light you bring. Radhe Radhe. Maggie, you share that you know it's unnatural, but you only want to depend on yourself and don't want to burden others. That's very understandable. And yes, Gregor G, I will check my email after stream for you. It's very commendable that you want to be independent for the welfare of others. I think that's beautiful. However, sometimes letting people help you can be a gift to them. In fact, letting people help you is a way to give them something they need, which is to feel helpful. Consider when we give something to a friend, when we compliment them and they don't accept it. Sometimes we feel bad because our help isn't needed. So it's not that you need help, it's that others need to feel helpful. That doesn't mean your soul is dependent on any other being. Your soul, as it is truly infinite and whole. But our bodies and minds, they do have needs and wants. And giving other people the opportunity to learn our necessities, that can be a gift for others to receive the blessing of service. Sometimes people pleasers, without realizing it, devoid. Let me use another word. They do not allow people the opportunity to go through challenges for their own growth because they feel like short-term gratification is what they want, but what they want is not always what they need. I'm happy to hear that. There is a learning process still ongoing. And you're trying and working on it. That's all you have to do. It is the process that is important. Thank you, Angela, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Gregor G, for sharing your appreciation for G2 Infinity's help, as she had lots of knowledge to share. That is lovely. Thank you, both of you. Hello, Sonia. You are wondering, how do you stop being just so exhausted? When we rest the body, make sure to rest your mind also. I asked my mother one time, "Are you calm?" And she said, "Yes, I am calm." So I asked her to close her eyes, and I saw her eyelids fluttering. as her eyes moved around slightly behind them. I said, "You are not calm. Your mind is racing." She said, "How do you know?" And I explained it to her. When your eyes are racing, that means you're moving between thoughts. So, even when the body is calm, the mind could not be. And a strong mind can carry a weak body, but not necessarily the other way around. Your body could be exhausted, but as long as you have mental energy, then the mind will drag the body where it needs to go. So mental exhaustion is more important to consider than physical exhaustion. How do we mentally rest then? We mentally rest by allowing ourselves to be bored. And that goes against everything you want to hear. Because when we're bored, we want to open our notifications, see if we got any text messages. We check the news, see if something's happening in that poor country. We open up YouTube, see if there's any drama happening with our favorite YouTuber. We are always trying to engage the mind in something. Mental rest means you become bored. You give yourself the task of doing nothing. You sit on a chair and you look outside. You let the mind wander, that's fine. No need to repress the thoughts. Let the thoughts pass like a movie. Thank you, Joss, for your 101 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, John Simon, for your heart me. Jai Sita Ram. And I agree, Pesto. Mental and physical exhaustion are related. It is important to attend to them both. And I'm happy to hear that, Dash. Doing nothing is your superpower. I like that. And Grandma Lala, you share that your mind runs rapid at night. I have crazy dreams. Very understandable. And Sky Guardian, you would like to read another section from the Vachana Amrut? Let us do so. We will take an intermission for a moment while we crack open this spiritual text, which is a collection of about 300 discourses by a spiritual being referred to in the text as Shriji Maharaj, as well as many epithets. Most predominantly is Swami Narayan, who is said to be a divine incarnation of the 19th century. Here we are reading, if I can get to it, the 16th verse of the first section of the Gadhada. In other words, Gadhada 1:16. This is simply called wisdom. On Magshar Vadi IV, Samvat 1876, or the 5th of December 1819, Shriji Maharaj was sitting in Dada Kachar's darbar in Gadhada. He was dressed entirely in white clothes. At that time, an assembly of sadhus as well as devotees from various places had gathered before him. Thereupon, Shriji Maharaj said, "A wise devotee of God who can discern between sat, truth, and asat, untruth, identifies the flaws within oneself and thoughtfully eradicates them. Such a person also rejects any apparent flaws that they perceive in saintly beings, or a satsangi, a fellow audience member of a spiritual community, and imbibes only their virtues. Moreover, one never perceives any faults whatsoever in that source of existence we call God. In addition, one accepts whatever words of advice that God and the saint offer as the highest truth, but does not doubt their words in any way. Thus, when the saint tells him, 'You are distinct from the mind, the indriyas, and the pranas. You are satya, truth itself. You are the knower of the body, the indriyas, and pranas, which are all asatya, unreal.' One accepts this to be the truth. One then behaves as the Atma, the soul, distinct from them all, but never follows the instincts of their own mind. Furthermore, such a person identifies those objects and evil or poor company that may cause bondage or raise deficiencies in their ekantic dharma, their righteous duty, and shuns them, but one also does not become bound by them. Also, one imbibes positive thoughts and avoids negative thoughts. One who behaves in this manner should be known to possess wisdom." Thank you for listening. So we shall remember that in this experience of life, we are not the body nor the mind. We are that soul. Hence, we must behave as it. That is to say, we are not seeking sensual gratification of the body or the beautification of the body for the purpose of fulfilling the body's desires. Additionally, we must give energy only to those positive thoughts in the mind and not the negative ones. Finally, we should also look for the virtues in others, but the defects within ourselves. That way, there is always something we can work on and something we can learn from others. And thank you, John Simon Ritchie, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Denise, for your beautiful flowers. Radhe, Radhe. And hello, cornbread. And well said, Brady. There are no defects, rather opportunities. I concur. And thank you, Sonia, for your trio of roses. Jai Sitaram. Amanda Michelle, you are wondering, do I ever let out a curse word? Sometimes. Every now and then. Like a PG-13 movie. I'm allowed a couple here and there. Hello, Port again. Thank you, John Simon, for your TikTok. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And thank you, Edgar Kirby, for your hanging lights. Radhe, Radhe. I agree, Don Suela. Curse words can be sometimes very therapeutic. That is for sure. And thank you, Brady, for your hearts. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Michelle, for your hearts as well. Ariom Tat Sat. And thank you, Liz, for the dancing beaver and sunglasses. Always puts a smile to my face, that's for sure. Radhe, Radhe. Port, you are wondering, am I happy? It is a good question, but one that is very difficult to answer, because what we all are, including myself, is happiness. Happiness is our true nature. But there's nothing I can do to prove that to you. That is something you have to discover yourself. I can say yes, but I could be lying. I could say no, and I could be just being humble. The truth is, we could never get the answer to that question. We must wait and see for ourselves what comes out of someone. Whatever is on the inside is not known to us directly. We have to wait until there is an opening. And so I'd like you to observe yourself. If there ever is a moment where I open up and anger comes out, then you know what is inside me. If there is a moment where I open up and sadness comes out, then you know what is inside me. So wait and see for yourself, but do not let me or anyone else tell you. We only discover what is inside others when we discover what is inside. That's a bad way of putting it. We discover what is inside when we discover what is inside. When it comes out. Put it like that. And thank you, Jarrett. Now your generosity. That is always something which is humbling. And I am very grateful for your opportunity, which provides me with so many lovely people to be of deeper service to, if they're open to it, of course, such as Fall Cat, DJ Lusriog, if I have pronounced that right, or Lukriog, and O Black, Gordon Cook, and for real though, thank you. I hope they enjoy the sticker pack that comes with it. Hari Om Tat Sat. Good to TikTok, you ask? A very curious question. Am I intentionally speaking playfully with my tone of voice? I'm not sure how to answer that. I think in some part it's just a natural way that I speak. But at the same time, there is a lot of intention between the words that I share. And thank you, Michelle, for your trio of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Jarrett, for your heart me. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Liz, you are wondering, do I believe some people are energy stealers, or you just really dislike this person? Well, let's analyze both these options. From one perspective, they are an energy stealer, which means that when they arise in our life, we have to get out of there. From another perspective, the problem isn't with them, it's with ourselves. It's our own intention that we have cultivated, our own sentiments we carry about them. Which of these perspectives is more right? There is no such thing as a right perspective and a wrong perspective, but there are empowering ones and demotivating ones. Which of these is more empowering, and which of these is more demotivating? If we assume that there are energy stealers out there, then what can we do about that? That isolates us and forces us to restrict ourselves. That means there's some people we can be around and some people we shouldn't. That closes us off. But to understand the problem is within us means that we have control over it. And so we become empowered to change our perspective, to see everyone as a worthy participant in this game of life. Does that mean we should be open to the ways in which people approach us always? No, of course not. There are boundaries which we should set. It is always in our best interest to set boundaries where they need to be. However, if we assume that the problem is with them, then we give away our power. To recognize that the problem is within ourselves is to empower our own growth. No one can steal your energy unless you consent to it. And thank you, Mount St. Godel Organics, for your rose a moment ago too. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Brady, for your hearts. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Jarrett, for your 39 team bracelets. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And thank you, Catherine, for the TGIF. And a rose. Radhe Radhe. Doom Knight, you ask an interesting question. When you chant a mantra of your guru, are you giving them your energy? Remember, a guru is a representative of the innermost being that you are. For a true guru, and not just one pretending to be your guru, a true guru will always work for your benefit. Meaning that the more you empower your guru, the more you are empowering your true self. And thank you, Macy Gypsy, for your trio of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And goodbye, MJ. Thank you for being here. And thank you, Karma Cat, for your pair of hand hearts. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Liz, for your trio of tiny dinies a few moments ago. Yippee! And thank you, Jarrett, for your... what is this? My goodness. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 tiny dinies. Yippee! And Goblin Brain, you share that the memory of my lives helped you stay calm during your dentist procedure today. That's lovely. Thank you for sharing. And I'm delighted to hear that you were able to stay calm during a very vulnerable moment and an often invasive procedure. Every time we engage in serenity during an uncomfortable time, we become better at it. And thank you, Jarrett, for your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 snowboards. And thank you for the let 'em cook. 6 of them, if I tally correctly. Jai Sitaram. And Mount St. Godel Organics, thank you for the hanging lights and for your subscription also. Always delighted to have you here, and I look forward to continuing to be in your service. Radhe Radhe. Tyler, you are wondering, what do I think about Christianity? Or is that too quote-unquote political of a topic to share on here? It's okay. You are welcome to share that idea of a topic to discuss. Christianity has a lot of potential, and if you're patient enough, there's a lot of beauty. And thank you, Brady, for the corgi. Very cute. Radhe Radhe. And thank you, Jarrett, for another let 'em cook. It was 7 in total, not 6. Jai Sitaram. And Manda 1111, Thank you for your rose. Jen, you share that you fall asleep to these lives. So soothing. Your mind is so at ease here. I'm very happy to provide this space for you, Jen. And thank you for finding such reasons to be soothed here. All that effort you apply yourself is beautiful. Nilfa, you share that the bell tickled your brain. It is a good bell, isn't it? Thank you, Liz, for your reindeer. Hariom Tatsat. Why didn't I turn into a little reindeer? Asks Liz. I guess TikTok didn't detect my face, unfortunately. Sorry about that. Amanda Michelle, you are wondering, if I found someone who is a match, willing to be in a relationship with no expectations, would I? I believe that right now, the most help I can do for myself and for others is by learning to give love and respect to my own needs and wants primarily. So at this time, I am not looking for a relationship in that kind of sense, but I am looking to develop a deeper relationship with my own self. And thank you, Katie, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. And little wing Nico, thank you for your heart, mate. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And thank you, little wing Nico, for your heart meat and ice cream cone. Hariom Tatsat. Brady, although I am very grateful for your presence here, I have been noticing a theme in what you share, and I would kindly ask you to respect the other religions, which many people here follow. To speak of them as secondary to an inner process is to invalidate one's own experience. Indeed, spirituality ultimately is an inner journey, but through various traditions in the world, various cultures and spiritual lineages, there is a lot of meaning and community to be found in such religions. And thank you, Carrie, for your half-dozen roses. Hariom Tatsat. And thank you for understanding. And thank you, Malina, for your octet of finger hearts. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. I'm glad to hear that, Sky Guardian. And welcome, Goth Barbie. BLXY, you were wondering a few minutes ago, what exactly are colds? And why do they take all your energy? Colds provide us a break from work to redirect our energy towards ourself. The most common way that we get them is by overextenuating ourself. Our immune response is best when we are well rested, when we are spending a lot of time to culminate the resources we have to help others. Being spread thin can decrease the immune response and make it that much easier for a virus to hijack our immune system. Hence, it is an opportunity to care for oneself, for one's body. And that is what we end up doing as a result of catching a cold. We take showers. We make sure that our nutrition is good, that we're hydrating and getting the vitamins we need. We also ensure that we're getting enough exercise, but most importantly, getting enough rest. How we tend for a cold says a lot about where our energies need to go. So it is an opportunity for exactly that, for healing, for relaxation. And I like the way you put that, Karma Cat. If you don't rest, the body will make you. Very true. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Jarrett, for sending a subscription to so many people. Let me read their names out. Kyle Ashton. Someone with a Cyrillic name that I would love to learn how to pronounce. Chanel, Lucas, DeBaller, Fredel, Everett, Rose, Dan, Wobbles, Paula Rowe, Lucifer Morningstar, Moist Cake, Ready Dog, Ocean, Amanda, User 292, another person with a Cyrillic name, ABD, Haidar, and Scott. My goodness. So many people that I have the opportunity to develop a deeper connection with and relate in my experience in any way that they're open to. Thank you, Jared. Radhe, Radhe. I like their names, yes. Moist Cake. That's a good one, isn't it? And thank you, Bunny, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Amanda Michelle, you were wondering, what would I say is the highest form of love? Agape love, as the ancient Greeks called it. Selfless love. Love that is all about giving. Love that is only focused on the well-being of others. Now, of course, we need to love ourselves. And if we love ourselves for the purpose of being a better receptacle of that love we give others, then even self-love becomes otherful or selfless. Unconditional love, boundless love. We let our love go everywhere it needs to go, and not just where we want it to go. We let every opportunity be a place for us to deposit some love. The highest form of love is that which we consciously choose in every moment. Amanda, you ask, how does one balance the love for oneself with the love for others? We do so through trial and error. We check if we're giving too much, and then we are unable to give suddenly when we've exhausted our own resources. That tells us that it is time to start focusing on loving yourself. And then when you give too much love to yourself, someone in your life says, hey, where are you? I haven't seen you. And then we are reminded to start giving that love again. Will there ever come a time where we have that perfect balance? Of course not. Because there is always room to improve. That's what makes love infinite. Even in the methodology of love, we are constantly growing. We are learning where balances are and where we are imbalanced. And there is love even in that process. It's all love. And thank you, July Moonchild, for your pair of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. I like that, Karma Cat. Be like a sun, sharing love everywhere you go, simply because it's your nature. So wonderful. Well said. And thank you, Bunny, for your trio of roses too. Radhe Radhe. Thank you, Amanda. Your love is well received, and I hope to energize it and give it back to you. Like an investment. 31 planes you share. If you don't remember any lessons you've learned from your past lives, how can you possibly evolve spiritually? Because the spiritual practice is more about unlearning than it is learning. What you've already unlearned in your past lives, that is already a part of you now. And so you don't need to unlearn it again. But the lessons that remain from your past life, these continue on. And so the difficulties that we face in this life are the same difficulties that we had yet to accomplish some learning, or rather unlearning, in a previous life. So, the very things we have to unlearn in this life are the very same things that are carrying over. In other words, it is not what we gain that carries through lifetime after lifetime. It is what remains that we have to work through. What we have yet to unlearn, that continues into this life. And that is exactly what is occurring now. That makes sense? Oh, good. Happy to hear that, Kolab. I keep calling you Kolab. Is it Cole? Is it Cole BL? I always forget. Hello, handsome Gyat. We've been expecting you. So we reincarnate our bad habits. Tatastu. Precisely. It is Cole. Thank you for reminding me. Thank you, Jarrett, for your quintet. Let 'em cooks. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, 31 Planes, for your hand hearts. Radhe Radhe. Port, you share that your mom died. Thank you for sharing. And may you find that mother that was once incarnated to now be in a different form. We have a physical mom, but we also have a mother that is so much more. That mother can be personified by our birth giver, or a godmother, grandmother, even sometimes our father can take on the roles and responsibilities of our mother. But all of those traits, those motherly traits, have been inherited from Mother Nature. And she is always around us, taking care of us, even when we do not realize. The Divine Mother is always with you. And thank you, 31 Planes again, and Moonflower Magic for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you, Jarrett, for another tiny and a snowboard. Yippee! Nilfa, you are wondering, what is the meaning of the chant I keep repeating? I do a couple of them. My personal favorite is Radhe Radhe. It means, O Mother, Mother of the universe, the creator of life, bliss giver. You are the creation, all the creatures, and the creativity that exists between them. That is what Radhe Radhe calls out to. Tattvam Asi, you share. Doing more meditating nowadays. And the 5-year-old said today, you look more upset recently. What are you doing wrong? Perhaps you are getting better at expressing what is on the inside. And if there are parts of you that are upset coming to the surface, then that means your meditation is working. However, children are very visual, and they can sometimes see the lack of a happy face to mean a sad face. Their minds are very simple like that. Perhaps it would befit you to put a smile on your face while you meditate, to curl your lips in the corners, creating a positive crease on each side. Don't look so serious while you meditate. Good morning, Musaka. Happy to have you here. Tyler, you share that sometimes you feel like you play too much video games when you could be focusing energy elsewhere. Video games have so much meaning inside them. It's quite alright to explore the metaphors, the expressions, the symbolism in video games. There are so many beautiful moments waiting to be had, virtually, digitally. In my experience, video games have taught me so much. Video games have allowed me to recognize many aspects of life that other forms of entertainment or storytelling cannot. For instance, perhaps the most common trope of all video games is that when you die, it's not like the console shuts off and it spits out the disc and tells you to return it to the store. You get more than one chance at life. Whether it be in Mario, where you have so many one-ups, or whether it be like Dark Souls, or any of the Souls games, where you have to restart at the last checkpoint. There is something that continues. Even if your inventory doesn't carry over, what you've learned still feeds into your next attempt. There is always more potential. And it'd be very surprising if you could play the whole game without ever making a mistake, without losing your life, probably many, many times before you beat it. And in modern games that aren't so much story driven, but are more just like battle royales or death matches, death is a part of the game. but you try to maximize the amount of work that you can do in between each death. And that's what makes them fun. Thank you, Tatvamasi. And Dogmata for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. Namaskaram, Alexander. You are a gamer yourself. Happy to hear that. We do have many gamers here. And Amanda, please. We've got many Amandas here today. You share the idea. Whoa. So we're playing our NPCs in a video game. And someone is playing us like an NPC. Or a sim. What does NPC stand for? Non-playable character. We very much are a playable character. The control point, however, is not in the body. It's higher than the body. Higher than the body are its senses. Higher than its senses are its mind. Higher than the mind is the intellect. Higher than the intellect is the ego. And higher than the ego is the awareness, from which this entire experience flows out of. You could say that the awareness is the user, the player. Your ego is the controller. Your intellect is the graphical user interface. The mind is your inventory, and the body is the character. Hello, Laura. You are wondering, what's the good message for the day? Why don't we crack open the Vedas? What good message is there for today from Laura? From the Rig Veda, written 5, 8, 10,000 years ago, it's uncertain. From the second canto, 13th chapter, something like I don't know which verse, it got cut off, but the first digit is 1. Who knows what the other digits of this verse are? But the verse is, He is the Lord, before whom bend all the powers of celestial and terrestrial regions. He is the cherisher of all benevolent thoughts and deeds. That is the good message for today. And hello, Michael. You are wondering, where am I from? I am from Canada. Karma Cat, you ask, what about the idea that this is like a video game, except your controller is not plugged in? The illusion of doership. Yes. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna describes how we are not actually the doer. There is inaction in our action. It is the material energy, the prakriti, by the three modes, rajas, tamas, and sattva, that actually perform out all actions. That is not to say we do not have influence over them. The process is very much an indirect one, but we still direct our actions. We still take accountability for them, responsibility. It is from our awareness that our attention may go hither and thither, to and fro. That is something we do have control over. We can control what we give our awareness to. We don't control what arises in our awareness, but like percentage points, we can decrease the awareness here and increase it over there. I have a negative thought and a positive one. I'm going to decrease the percentage points of the negative thought and increase the percentage points of the positive thought. It is like turning up the volume. On very fancy amplifiers, you can turn up just the treble or the bass. Or with an equalizer, you can bring up certain frequencies and pull down others. This is the power of awareness. And what we choose to maximize in our experience, turning up the volume to, that is our ego. Our ego is just what we are trying to maximize in that moment, where we are spending our energy, giving our attention to, sharing awareness for. That is the power of association, of Sangha. And then the whole human system is controlled from that. The ego then gains experience based on its association. The experience gained is converted into knowledge. That knowledge is given to the intellect. The intellect then calls the mind according to the knowledge it receives. And the mind carries out the actions of the mind in accordance with the senses. So by the time the action actually occurs, we are very far removed from our control. But the process is related. There is a directing that is occurring. It is just very high up, at the level of awareness. Karma Cat, you share. It is so hard to know what to subscribe to with my awareness. Subscribe to positivity, to people that radiate happiness, to places, thoughts, and things that better express the infinite than limit through the finite. Subscribe not to fear, but to love. Not to anger, but to patience. Not to misery, but to joy. And we can cross this ocean of Maya. And thank you, one with a very beautiful name, which I am not sure how to pronounce. I think you commented in chat a while ago. Let me scroll up so maybe I can see your name. I am unable to find it, but you sent a rose a few minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, neighbor lady, for the heart me. Jai Sitaram. And Relic, thank you for your heart me. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Thank you, Isabella, for your
Tiny nippy.
a TikTok, an ice cream cone, and a fire. Hari Om Tat Sat. So you feel like two birds sitting in the tree, just watching the ego eat fruit. A classic Upanishadic tale. And thank you, Mahina, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you, Relic, for your rose also. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Haley Queen, for the heart me. And hello, artist And yes, authentically Jeanette, I am in Canada. And someone with a Cyrillic name. You share that we look alike. Well, I am happy that you find so much of yourself in me. It is mutual. Thank you, Barb, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. Thank you for being here, RPB. I appreciate your gratitude you shared a few minutes ago. Always happy to have you here. And Karmaka, you touched on the difficulty of finding a deeper sense of agency than ego. In some sense, the ego is our deepest sense of agency. The ego is what we choose to be in service to, and that guides where our patience, compassion, our love goes, where it needs to go. And Amanda, you share that you're grateful to have finished college and graduate tomorrow. That's wonderful. So much effort has gone into that. Well done. May the opportunities in life for you just keep opening up, as I'm sure they will. Amanda Michelle, you are wondering, do I think it's true when they say that to create art, one must be forever alone? Loneliness can be a source of art. That is very true. In loneliness, we may become desperate for self-expression. And so we turn to artistic media to express ourselves. When we are engaged in many relationships with others, we may not find the need to express ourselves in the same way because we are already doing so vicariously through the love we give others and through the love that they in turn share with us and other people in their life. However, art is not one thing, and there are many forms of art which include other people. Some of the most beautiful artistic projects are done via collaboration. Consider, for example, the birth of a child. Now that is a very collaborative art form. I think you would agree. Lynette, you are wondering if I have ever sang the peaceful mantra Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. It is a wonderful mantra indeed, meaning peace, peace, peace. Often sung at the end of many other mantras, but can be used as a mantra in and of itself. You love it so much. I'm happy to hear that. It's so simple and so pure. Peace, peace, peace. Just invoking the idea of peace can be enough to begin to cultivate it. That is for sure. Yes, I agree. Parenting can be a very messy art form as well. That is for sure. Thank you, Barb, for your rose a moment ago. Radhe, Radhe. Oh, thank you, Sabina. I have been going out in the sun. The sun has been shining itself in my country, in my city. So I've been taking full advantage of that opportunity and engaging in photosynthesis. If I could, I would. Thank you, lovely one, who sent a heart me, whom I still have to learn how to pronounce your name if you would teach me, as it is a script I am unfamiliar with. but my gratitude remains the same. I would only like to thank you a little more directly. And thank you, Chrissy, for your rose also. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Sabina, for your rose. Jai Sitaram. Nelly Gonzalez, you share from your own experience that making your dream come true in life didn't complete you or make you happy in some way. Our dreams are never-ending, and just as we find something to accomplish, there is something greater awaiting us over the horizon. And it is in this infinite journey of life that we find a transcendental purpose to keep dreaming, to keep proceeding, persevering. Will there ever be a time where we accomplish that dream and there will be nothing more to accomplish? I should hope not, because life's not about endings. It's about beginnings, continual awakening, opening up to new and higher things. And thank you, Waves, for your rose too. Radhe, Radhe. Nella, you then ask, will I ever be happy with your self-work? Happiness is not the result of work. It is the place in which we do work. That is to say, happiness has and always will be the source of your actions and not the result of them. Remembering this to be the case, we can become happy. I just watched a very large spider crawl throughout my room. A very large and a very fast spider. My roommate. When we were children, for example, we didn't have to do anything to be happy. It was from our happiness that we did all things. We didn't dance so that we can become happy. We danced as a way of expressing our happiness. We didn't play with toys so that we can become happy. We played with toys to express our inner joy. The things we do in life are an expression of what's on the inside and not a result of what's on the outside. I tell everyone here, and I will tell you all again. Studies have consistently shown that it is the happy people that sleep longer, that are more successful in their relationships and their financial life. They have better immune response. Their heart beats with a little less pressure on the whole circulatory system. Their breath rate is lower. They make better decisions. They work harder. And they eat healthier. So, we could infer that all of these things result in happiness. But actually, it is the opposite conclusion that we must come to. Happiness is the cause and not the result. So, cultivate happiness as a reason to perform well in life, rather than striving to perform for the sake of getting happiness in return. Thank you, Bobby So, for your heart me. Team Bracelet and cheer you up. The Bobby Sue specialty, as always. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Up the Freeway, for your heart me. Jai Sitaram. Amanda Michelle, you ask, so what do I think about other gurus like Satguru saying we should only be sleeping 4 to 5 hours? That comes later, when you are so inspired to do well for others, when you are so motivated to love, then naturally you just wake up a little sooner so you can start your day and spend more time loving. Once you have reached such a state in your spiritual journey where you just want to give and give and give and give, and you just can't give enough, then you start working on what I call spiritual side quests. From that happiness, you go, I don't want to sleep anymore. I want to be awake so I can help everyone. All of these things that are associated with highly revered spiritual teachers, like conquering sleep, conquering the sexual urges, becoming vegetarian, meditating without a cushion. They put themselves through these discomforts so that they can become even more open to the challenges of life. These spiritual austerities are not the cause of their vibrancy, but a result of their vibrancy, so that they can dive even deeper into the esoteric realms of infinite bliss. And thank you, Jarrett, for subscribing yourself. Radhe, Radhe. Deceased, you are wondering, is getting cosmetic surgery vain or anti-spirituality? I wouldn't consider anything to be anti-spirituality. It all depends on your intentions. Cosmetic surgery isn't all just about appearance. There are many valid reasons to go to a cosmic surgeon. Plastic surgeon, for example, to better the quality of your life in other ways. Like if your nose needs some reshaping so that you can breathe better, or even if you were in an accident and people in your life have a difficult time and you would like to provide some ease for them by attending to the disfigurement that may have been caused through an accident. Now, of course, a spiritual thing to do is come to a kind of acceptance. But that doesn't necessarily imply that alternatives to acceptance are unspiritual or anti-spiritual. And Kelsey, you share that cute girl Kirby got her gin done and now she's glowing in confidence. Changing the way in which we can express ourselves can help us open up. That is for sure. Everything done in moderation. That's for sure. If we get carried away on our self-image, then there is potential for more spiritual understanding, self-acceptance, and becoming unbothered by the appearance that you present to others. And you ask, what if you want to because your body isn't how you want it to be after birth? Well, there's nothing that I or anyone else can tell you when it comes to what you choose to do with your body. That is your right. We are given free will over this domain. And spirituality isn't about a right way to be versus a wrong way to be. There can be a spiritual intention in everything that we do. Sometimes it takes more patience to find, but it is not about limiting your experience of life. It is about unlimited experience, exploring the possibilities of life. And if that is what your intention is when it comes to a certain procedure, and you are opening yourself up to a new aspect of life, then in some sense that is a very spiritual thing to do. Thank you, one with a wonderful name, which I still need to learn, for a rose a minute ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Gina, for your pair of roses. Jai Sita Ram. And well said, Bobby So. A spirit having a human experience. It's all part of it. And hello, Wanderlust Fairy. Where am I from? I am from Canada. And I'm happy to hear that you love exploring all the topics I discuss. Thank you for being here. Capri Sun, you were wondering, where do we go in our dreams? We go to our subconscious, to all the impressions that we have been imprinted by, that we have collected through waking life. And we go there to process them, to interact with them. To take a break from experiencing the external world and attend to our inner world, to assess what's going on. Alright, subconscious, I'm taking the elevator down. I'm going to have a look, see if there are fears, desires, monsters in the dark. See if there's one impression in conflict with another. Perhaps I can resolve them. Deceased, you were wondering about Osho or Osho. Rajneesh. If he was a cult leader or a spiritual leader. The line can be very hard to draw, isn't it? I don't know, to tell you the truth. There are many people who say both. That he did deliver genuine spiritual upliftment to many of his followers. But there's also a lot of people that claim to have suffered immensely in the community that they were a part of. Fortunately, we don't have to disagree with anyone's perspective here. We can validate the genuine and authentic spiritual truths that he reflected on others. And we can also validate the suffering that may have happened in that community. We can distinguish between the suffering and the joy. We could say that the joy you experienced is valid, and the suffering you experience is also valid. And the suffering doesn't invalidate the joy, nor does the joy invalidate the suffering. That with these people who have been hurt from their experience, we can attend to them. We can give them the help that they need. And we can also take what virtues Osho exemplified and take them to heart, while leaving the rest behind. If there's one thing we can conclude, it's that Osho was very human. And as a human, we are a mixed bag. Like trail mix. If you don't like the raisins, then don't eat them. And if that really turns you off from the trail mix, then you can eat from somewhere else. But if you are able to pick out the M&Ms, then it's possible to savor the sweetness. Thank you, Gillian, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Annika's World. You ask, do I think everyone has the ability / capacity to be as open and empathetic as me? Well, let's be clear. There is a capacity for me to be much more open and empathetic also. So I'd like to clarify that. But whatever is in my capacity to be open and empathetic is absolutely also in yours. And I know this is true because openness is a quality of one's soul. And our soul is non-different from each other. It is what's on the surface, the stuff of life, that is different. How we may limit our soul. Now that is very personal. And the challenges that I have to go through are very different from the challenges you have to go through. But the ways in which we can become more open, this is a possibility everyone has because we share the same soul. And it is opening to that very soul within ourselves and everyone do we become more empathetic. That's a good way to put it, Karma Cat. The quality of the heart, the one heart. Well said. Kelsey, you share that someone said that ancient India was probably like Wakanda before being disrupted. That's funny. Thank you, Dagmata, for your tiny a few minutes ago. Yippee! And hello, Neth Thunder. You share that you know the spiritual path is not about attaining, but about acceptance, but you struggle. Alright then. If you are struggling with this, then accept that also. Since you know it is about acceptance. Acceptance doesn't have exceptions. Sometimes we think, okay, I should accept the world, so I shouldn't be having these thoughts about it. Hey, acceptance includes yourself also. I allow the world. And when my mind disagrees with that, I allow my mind to disagree also. I know I should be accepting my mind, but I feel like I shouldn't. No problem. You can accept your feelings as they are also. It's tricky business. Okay, we should be accepting. But at some part of the acceptance, above that, somehow we forget that the acceptance should apply to that also. We accept the world but deny our mind. Or we accept the mind but deny our feelings. Indeed, the spiritual journey is about acceptance. Especially accepting at what point you're at in it. If something is challenging you, you can accept that challenge. Challenge accepted. Thank you, Imp Kitty, for your heartbeat. Jai Sitaram. Kelsey, you share, it's tricky to flow with the emotions. Indeed. Flow with the trickiness also. I am having a hard time accepting my emotions. Alright. Accept that you're having a hard time with that. Thank you, Annika's World, for your 16 roses too. Radhe, Radhe. And I'm happy that you have found some calmness here, Hot Rod. OPNG, you share that it's difficult for you to know the difference between acceptance, or you just ignore it. That's a good point. What really is acceptance? I suppose it's just a kind of allowance. An allowance for the tribulation. An allowance of the messiness of life. An understanding that it's okay the way that it is. It doesn't have to be any other way to be whole. That the wholeness of this experience includes both the ups and the downs. The fullness of life is complete, even by that which we reject. Having faith in this notion is acceptance. Thank you, Neth Thunder, for your ice cream, your balloons, another ice cream, another balloons, another ice cream, and another ice cream. I'm glad that you're balancing out. The balloons are going to make me fly high, but the ice creams are going to weigh me down so I don't fly away. Austin, you share that your body feels shivers. You don't know why. When you feel intensity around certain people, you get so many physical feels. Prana. That is the Sanskrit term for the energy of the body that moves around, like when we get shivers down the spine. Sometimes I liken it to the brain flushing the toilet. When we have so many thoughts up here, swirling around, and then something brings us back to the present moment. Some part of the system flushes the toilet, and our thoughts go down the spine. And when they go down the spine, we get those shivers. Like when we're walking through a forest, or thinking about our favorite baseball player. You know, I wonder if their perfect streak is going to continue. I wonder how much it would hurt if they threw a fastball right at my stomach. I wonder if my abs could take that. We might be in a forest physically, but mentally we are elsewhere. And then you hear something scuttle in the bushes. The toilet flushes. Suddenly our thoughts are vacant. Our mind is open to the experience. Can't think now. There might be a bear in the bushes. The energy goes back down the spine. We feel those shivers. Thank you, Casually Cooking, for your 7 roses and a quartet of ice cream cones a few minutes ago. Ari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Spook Bat, for your tiny. Yippee! Amanda Michelle, you had asked, at what age did my spiritual journey start? As I'm so young as it is. Indeed. Thank you. Please keep telling me that, even as I get into old age. Or spiritual awakening, you should say. There are many times in my life where I opened to something new that I didn't expect or forgot to expect. Many instances in my childhood I could point to, or in teenagerhood, or even as an adult. It seems like every day I'm having a spiritual awakening. Every day I wake up, oh, so that's how it is. And then the next day after that, oh, so that's how it is. In life, there is nothing but spiritual awakening. Like an infinite blossoming, where the flower keeps unraveling, and always there are more petals yet unfurled. And thank you, UFO HD, for your bouncing beach volleyball. Radhe, Radhe. Kelsey, you shared that you get energy sensations sometimes, and it doesn't feel like a release. It feels like a receiving. It makes you freeze in your tracks and bask in the sunlight. You don't know if this is normal. Don't be embarrassed. The fullness of your experience is certainly something to express with others. And what a wonderful moment that you share. I love that. Suddenly you just become aware of a new understanding, a new method of understanding. I love feeling the rays of sun hit me. I do feel like a plant sometimes. And thank you, Saturnus, for your confetti. Hari Om Tat Sat. Annika's World, you ask, how do I handle anxiety from an existential crisis? I start validating myself from the outside in. And I mean that very literally. I start with the physical circumstance that I'm in. I remind myself I am here. This environment is safe. It's okay. Yes, the world is chaotic outside these walls or wherever I may be. And the world is like that. It's natural. And then I bring my acceptance more and more inward, validate the body's needs, my emotional needs, my mental needs, my intellectual needs, my identity needs, my sense of self needs, my associative needs, you could say. And finally, I abide in what I am as awareness. And I go through that process in detail in a video that I uploaded on my ASMR YouTube channel called Talking You Down from a Panic Attack, in brackets, existential crisis remedies or something, relaxation tips, I forget. But in it I do address how to calm down from existential dread. And I'm happy that it helped you, Kelsey. And yes, photosynthesis is something I like to participate in, or think that I like to participate in, or like to think that I participate in. Anyway, the big thing for me when it comes to validation of an existential crisis is that you don't have to understand what's going on. existence is something that's hard to fathom. And you're allowed to be here, even without comprehending it all. It's okay to be wrong, and it's okay to be right. No matter how much you understand or misunderstand doesn't negate your experience of it. Your experience is still whole here and now, even if it's messy and contradictory, full of conflicts and paradoxes. There is a messiness that we can have room for, an allowance of it all. Thank you, Catherine. The wise old owl. I love your name. Thank you for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Melina, for your quartet of rosas. Radhe Radhe. Just a piggy, you ask how much per hour to trips it. That's funny. Well, if you ever want to be a part of this live stream, it is free of charge. So you're certainly welcome here, whatever mindset you may be in. And thank you, Annika's World, for your 10-finger hearts. Jai Sitaram. Bobby So, you share that you struggle with the human fixation of justice. Yeah, that's very understandable. We have a responsibility to others, and it's a complicated history of setting boundaries and crossing them, redrawing them, trying to compromise, make sacrifices. It is not easy to be a member of society, that's for sure. It's very difficult to love with an open heart, very difficult to accept unconditionally. There are certainly many challenges of our legal and judicial system that we have been, are facing, and will continue to face in the future. And the more pressing those challenges become, the less we forget them, and the more effort we will put into solving them. And I look forward to that. There are many areas of improvement. That much we can all see. And without that, there wouldn't be room to grow. Thank you, Saturnus, for your heart me a minute ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. Lila, you were wondering. Genuine question. How does one maintain an online presence while also keeping up one's spiritual hygiene? I like your terminology, Lila. Spiritual hygiene. Let us play into that analogy. spiritual hygiene. With our bodily hygiene, we might brush our teeth, take a shower, go for walks. So too, spiritually, we can purify ourselves with words of affirmation. In the morning, not only do I brush my teeth and clean my mouth, but I use that very same time to use this tongue to speak my thoughts to the universe, set my intention. I brush my tongue with words of gratitude. We may go for a shower to feel the water upon us. Likewise, we may shower our mind with wisdom by taking time out of our day to listen to various spiritual masters and let their words shower upon us. And by going for a walk, we physically go new places, put ourselves out of our comfort zone. Spiritually as well, we can take time to bring ourselves to something new, to push us to enter new places with faith that we will return home at some point. Thank you, Just a Biggie, for your 7 roses and a garland headpiece. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Jarrett, for 366 roses. More than enough for everyone here. We can all go home with one. Thank you, Jarrett. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Sabina, you share that once you were so present during your shower that you heard the water sing to you. Now that fills me with joy hearing you relate that to me. What a wonderful experience. I had a similar experience sitting on a bus one time, where I was focusing on the frequencies of the engine. I was thinking about this autistic boy with savant syndrome who was on a plane and was telling his mother the notes that the plane engine was making on each wing. The G sharp rising to an E flat, then an F. And I was trying to pick apart the frequencies of the engine of the bus. Now, I don't have perfect pitch, so I couldn't tell you what notes were playing, but I was feeling them. And then at some point I could almost hear the overtones and chords playing. It was as though there was an angel in the bus singing along to the notes of the engine. And I almost started crying because it was so beautiful. And thank you, Jarrett, for an additional rose. Radhe, Radhe. Elvin, you are asking if I can talk about nothing. Well, by some accounts, I've been doing nothing but that this whole life. I think one of my favorite comments to get, either on here or sometimes on my YouTube channel is, wow, in 5 hours, you managed to speak so much but say nothing. Now, why do I laugh at that? It is because nothingness is actually a meaningful topic to me. I love nothingness. The same reason why you probably asked your question, Alvin. Nothing is what I am on about. Actually, I love nothing. Capital N nothing. Nothing is such a valuable thing to think about. Nothingness is actually what brought me to spirituality through mathematics. I started to have a funny feeling about the number 0, about the empty set, about the concept of negation. Mathematically, it would seem that everything comes from nothing. So this nothingness that we often put in English as an aside, like when we say, I want to do nothing. There's nothing I want to do. Oh, I believe in nothing. What we're meaning to say is, there isn't anything I'd like to do, or there isn't anything I believe in. However, nothing as a concept is very profound. I'd like to do nothing. Wow. Well, that's meditation. And meditation is quite a thing you can do. I believe in nothing. Well, me too. It is from nothing that everything arose. Nothing is my God. Nothing is God. All praise that supreme nothingness, that benevolent, omniscient, omnipotent void from which all things arise, persist through, and return to. Nothing is very powerful. And thank you, Lucian, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. It's not that nothing is God, it's that God is nothing. The potential, the emptiness that gives rise to presence, the spaciousness for everything to be filled in, the canvas upon which you paint a picture, the silence through which you record a song, the stillness from which a dance begins. Very good, Danzi. And well said, Scott. You are not. Yes, I am still alive, aren't I, MJ? And Victoria, you ask, how do you help an elderly person, your mom, who regrets their whole life and emotional pain? I love that you love your mom so much that you're willing to ask on behalf of her. The circumstances of our life are not something we can choose. Whether one succeeds in life is not a matter of what happens to us, but how we choose to respond to them. It is what we make of life that matters. And right now, your mother is very reflective. She is looking back on her past and seeing all the potential. However, she sees that potential as something separate from her. But that potential is, always has been, and will always be a part of her. There are always things we could have done differently, places we could have gone, things we could have said, decisions we could or could not have made. That room for growth is the openness of life. That is the freedom to move around itself. And she has experienced so much, from the highs to the lows. I would encourage her to reflect on this, that her life still has meaning now, for she is that very potential of her soul. Maybe the things she wanted to do weren't accomplished in this life, but her energy will go on and accomplish many more things. You also can affirm to her that she has been the best mother that she could, given all the knowledge that she has received. She has made all the decisions in her life according to the fullness of her experience. Knowing this to be such, she ought not to grieve. This decision is not something we can make for her, but we can validate her and show her love in spite of the many mistakes that we all have made as a part of being human. Thank you, Ragnhildur, for your trio of roses a few minutes ago also. Jai Sitaram. Sam, you share that half my face looks like the universe. It's cool, it defines you. Thank you. I have a blue screen filter on, but I also have blue light in my room right now. So it makes my face also susceptible to the effect. Thank you, Victoria. And in any way I can be of more help to you or your lovely mother, do let me know. Deceased, you were wondering, how do you stop vaping? That's something that I've experienced. So, from my experience, I can tell you that it becomes easier when you recognize the happiness to not be in the substance. And even if we don't fully believe like that, act as if we did. Put faith in that idea that the happiness I seek is not in the substance. For the effect of nicotine creating a release of dopamine, that dopamine is already inside us. It only triggered it. That trigger can happen from within. The release we feel from a satisfied desire can also come in other ways. For instance, if you wait out a desire a craving, you still feel the same release. Because it is not the satisfaction of the desire which gives rise to momentarily peace. Pardon me for my hiccup. It is the relinquishing of the desire that gives rise to peace, whether you participate in its fulfillment or participate in the patience required to wait it out. And it will pass. All desires pass, given enough time. And whether you fulfill it or wait it out, you will still feel the release. Of these two, waiting it out is superior, because then the desire returns with half as intense of an experience. But giving into the desire makes it return with redoubled intensity. So depending on how a desire is relinquished, it either comes back with half as much intensity or double the intensity. Giving into it makes it return with double intensity, and letting it pass makes it return with half as much intensity. So if your goal is to be free from the desire, then keep waiting it out, and it'll keep returning with less and less intensity. And you will find that the discipline involved is almost even more satisfying than what you get from the head rush, as they call it. Practically speaking, one thing I'd used to do is at nighttime I'd light some incense. I'd pour a cup of tea. I'd take melatonin. Anything I can do to distract myself is great. I'd eat good foods, satisfy my needs in other ways. And then when the cravings went away, I didn't need to rely on tea anymore, or melatonin, or good food. Thank you, Victoria, for your quartet of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And I'm happy to bring some enthusiasm to you right now, Jessica. Annika's World, you ask, how's my vegan diet going? Wait, who said vegan? I very much eat a lot of cheese, thank you. You could consider me a lacto-vegetarian, I suppose, in Western terms. But in Eastern terms, I strive for a sattvic diet, which practically speaking means the same thing, but from a different angle. It's not a dietary choice, nor it is a moral choice. It is a spiritual choice, and a choice that I won't make for other people. Sometimes identifying with diet means that you're putting pressure on those around you to also have the same diet, but I'm not like that. Whatever you eat, that is fine. For me, I pay close attention to how the food interacts with my mind. And I noticed that eating very spicy food, eating onion and garlic, or drinking caffeinated beverages, they make my mind climb, but then there is a drop afterwards. Likewise, eating very dense food, heavy food, like a piece of cheesecake or a turkey dinner, they make the mind drop and then return. We've all experienced a food coma. You know what a food coma is? When you eat something really heavy and you go, oh, I need to take a nap right now. No one bother me. Sattvic food is food that keeps your mind level. It doesn't make it go up, nor does it make it go down. So I tried to eat food that does that. And thank you, Keith, for your rose. Jai Sitaram. Scoopy? It's a funny name. Scoopy. I like it though. You ask. Do I want to reach enlightenment one day? Nah. Enlightenment. Now, if it helps me serve others, sure, why not? If the universe says, okay, so that you have a better ability to serve others, then how can I refuse? But I understand that rather than searching for my own peace, I can try to uplift the peacefulness within everyone around me. And that is so much more fulfilling. And thank you, Luna, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. Annika's World, you ask, in regards to my spiritual journey, what's my biggest guilty pleasure? Well, I never met a cookie I didn't like. My grandfather used to say, but it's true. Anytime there's cookies in the kitchen, I will eat those cookies. And thank you, Malina, for your heart me. And thank you, Vivian, for the paper crane. Hari Om Tat Sat. Orla, you ask, is cookie eating particularly anti-spiritual? Oh yes. Terrible thing to do. No, it's not that bad, of course. No, I think right now I spend a little too much time scrolling. I catch myself scrolling, surprisingly not this app, but other app with short form content. And I have to exercise my free will. Okay, stop scrolling. No, maybe one more video, then I'll stop scrolling. And then I start to wonder, at what point will I stop scrolling? What will be the indication for me to stop? And then I realize there isn't one. You have to arbitrarily make that decision. And thank you, Vivian, for your paper crane. Hari Om Tat Sat. My phone is about to begin vibrating. I have an alarm set any second now. Just to let you know, if suddenly there's an earthquake, not to worry. And thank you, Jared, for the hands up. Jai Sitaram. Hello, Guy Prince Music. And thank you, Melina, for your quartet of cloud breads. And 16 finger hearts. Jai Sitaram. There it is, I see it vibrating. The next video will bring enlightenment. That's it. Exactly, cool. Thank you, Joanna. You don't actually have to. You can send me virtual cookies. That is enough. Thank you, Tatvamasi, for your trio of roses. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Good night, Amanda. Best wishes to you. And thank you for telling me to stop scrolling. I will think of you the next time I am. Jessica Blemmings, you asked a moment ago, any advice for help when you are feeling down and depressed? Embrace the time you need to take some time away from the world. I love what Jim Carrey said. Many of you have heard me recite it. I'm going to say it again and again. Being depressed is needing deep rest. Deep rest. If you are at conflict with the world, with the mind, with the body, whatever it is that is taking up so much energy, give yourself some time to rest. It's okay. Depression can sometimes be deepened by the pressure to be productive, when the most productive thing for you to do is not be productive, in this moment at least. If you're having a day where you can't leave your bed, that's okay. If you are struggling to maintain friendships, that's okay. If your emotions aren't particularly positive, that's okay. You can accept the state that you're in. Clearly, that is how your life is being expressed at this moment, and there is no wrong way to be. You are what you are. You always will be. You always have been. The true you is unchanged. It is unchangeable. It is pure, ever fresh, and secretly blissful. It's possible in enlightenment to actually enjoy sadness and happiness, to enjoy every part of life, including the low moments, which sounds very hard to imagine, but it is true. Being peaceful doesn't mean that you're experiencing one thing and not another. It means that everything you experience has meaning to it, and you are happily involved in that meaning, even if the way you are involved with that meaning expresses itself through tears, through pain, through heartbreak, through fear. Every part of your experience is valid. Even the depressive times. So give yourself the rest you need and the validation to to be where you're at. Sam, you were wondering if you can see my nice eyes up close. Well, since you asked so nicely, here, I can come closer. Thank you, Jarrett, for your pair of cakes, a rose and a flowers you sent a minute ago. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Orla, for your pair of quartets of roses. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Thank you, Roberta, for your heart me and rose. Jai Sitaram. Eye emoji? Literally, says Greg RG. That's funny. And thank you, Jarrett, for your donut. Radhe, Radhe. And Paul, thank you for your heart me and rose. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Thank you, Sam. And thank you, Storm, for your heart me a minute ago. Radhe, Radhe. Orla, you shared a few minutes ago. You shared that the main difference between long spirals and one day out of service is whether or not I allow true rest. Real deep rest usually leaves me bored. Eventually, then I know I'm ready to get back up. So wise you are. We are all blessed to have you here. And thank you, Sarah Sherman, for your heartbeat and trio of team bracelets. Radhe, Radhe. Good night, Jarrett. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your pair of roses a few minutes ago also. And another rose and Tiny Diny. Yippee! Thank you, Lena, for the let 'em cook and the 7 cloud breads. Sounds like you were cooking up some cloud breads for me. Thank you. Radhe, Radhe. Bobo, you ask, how to embrace the chaos in our lives? How to embrace the lack of order in our life? By becoming ordered from within. Then, it doesn't matter if the whole universe is a mess. From within, we are squeaky clean. We can never clean up the mess that is outside. But our inner mess, yes. It might take some work. But it's possible to polish our mind. And in the reflection of it, like a mirror, our true self shines. Shelf. I like that. Shelf as a Freudian slip for self. What does a shelf do? It holds up our favorite things. And that is what we do also as a self. Uplifting that which we love. Have I ever tried coconut yogurt? Asks Marcy. It's a good question. Excuse my hiccup. I haven't had yogurt in a long time. Well, that's not entirely true. I had a mango lassi the other day, which is a mango yogurt drink that is served at Indian restaurants. I am a shelf, says Garrett Taylor. I like that. Much love to you. Sunshine Rose. Thank you for your rose and for your sunshine. Hari Om Tat Sat. Rachel, you ask, where do our souls go when we leave this earth? Well, where does the light go when the movie stops playing? It's still there. We were never here. It only feels like we're a part of this earth because we identify with it. But our true self is and always has been separate from the world. Notice that there is a knower and known relationship between everything in our life. The objects of our experience are known to us, but we are the knower of them, which means that there is a distinction between the knower and the known, between our world and our witness of that world, which we are. Earth is the place to be, no doubt about that. As we go from one form to another, there is always more service to be done here. It is within the infinitude of this potential that we are able to unfold a reflection of our very own soul. That is to say, there are limitless possibilities here on earth, and we will never get to the end of them. Now, we may go from one planet to another. We shall have to see. But it is this world and this universe as a whole in which we express ourselves as divine souls. Shelf knowledge is a higher shelf. I'm happy you all are experimenting with that Freudian slip of the self as a shelf. Thank you, Doom Knight. And thank you, Rachel, for your rose a few moments ago. And Storm, for your quintet of tiny tinies. Yippee! And Tathy, Nativi, thank you for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Sarah, for your coral. Under the sea. Jai Sitaram. Vlad's dad, you are wondering, so, what's the meaning of life? Well, don't ask me. The meaning of your life is meant to be found by you. I can't give it to you. But in my opinion, life is very meaningful. And thank you, Nene, for your heartbeat. Radhe, Radhe. Part of the peak of existence, you share. You don't know how to be nicer to the people you love. Makes you sad. Aww. Well, it's beautiful that there is so much more kindness you have to give. And the longing for it just increases your potential to one day realize it. So be patient with yourself and nicer to yourself. That niceness is not going to happen overnight. Being nice to yourself will begin to show all of the possibilities to be kind to others. As you discover your own needs, you can relate with others. Thank you, Storm, for your hand hearts a few moments ago also. Radhe, Radhe. Let me try that again. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Catherine, the wise old owl, for your rose and pair of friendship necklaces. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Love yourself so you can love others. Well said, Garrett. Rachel, you're wondering, what do I believe is my purpose in life? I believe I'm doing it. Not just now, but whenever I am, wherever I am. The purpose of life is not some state in the future. It is a quality we imbibe in the present. Whether you're washing dishes or watching TV, whether you're a Yamsox, the host of a live stream, or a participant in the comment section. No matter what is prevailing to you in life at this moment, give it purpose. Find the meaning in it. Live life purposefully with everything that you do. When you're washing dishes, affirm to yourself, the meaning of life is to wash dishes. And when you're watching TV, affirm to yourself, the meaning of life is to watch TV. And when you're Yamsox, attending to a live stream, affirm to yourself, the meaning of life is to attend to this live stream. And when you are a participant in it, affirm to yourself, the meaning of life is to participate in it. Let purpose, let meaning shine through in everything that you do. And that is your true purpose. And thank you, Rachel, for your half dozen roses a few minutes ago. Radhe, Radhe. And freed soul, thank you for your 31 roses and a finger heart. Jai Sitaram. Sam, you ask, Yam, how to be happy in life? Don't put so much pressure on yourself to be anyone. Be exactly who you are right now. Spoiler alert, you're already succeeding in doing that. Have no expectations for yourself other than what you are doing right now. And spoiler alert, you are already fulfilling those expectations. Be the best version of yourself that you can be right now. And guess what? You are already the best version of yourself that you can be right now. You might say, Yam, how is that possible when I'm still growing? When there's so much more I can do, so much more I can achieve. There's still parts of me that are healing. Yes. And all of that is wonderful too. You are the best version of yourself in what you are doing now. You are still growing, you are still learning, you are still healing, and you are the best while you are healing, learning, growing. It is the continual present moment, that continuity of life that you are best in. There's a hair in my mouth. And thank you, Alien Cyber, for your heart meat. Radhe Radhe. And thank you, Mundane Human Things. Always love your name. Thank you for your heart meat. Jai Sitaram. Username ._03. You share that the meaning of life is to contemplate the meaning of life. Isn't that wonderful? Literally, wonderful. Life is full of wonder. Wonder means there are questions that remain unanswered. The very fact that we can ask questions is so much more meaningful than any answer that we could come to. What is the meaning of life indeed? What an amazing question. What a meaningful question to ask. And thank you, Storm, for the 10 cheer you ups. Jai Sitaram. And Annika's World, thank you for your ginger man and friendship necklace. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. You ask as well, Yam, did being in service always make me happy? How did I make that switch? What makes me happy is unfolding beauty, or more accurately, being a witness to unfolding beauty. My methodology has changed throughout my life, as it will change in the future. When I was in middle school, for example, my favorite way to witness the unfolding of beauty was to make a fool out of myself. Literally. I would, on Halloween, dress up as a princess, which is very funny to other middle schoolers as a boy. Or I would fall down a staircase in front of my teacher. I'd pretend to get tripped up on my shoelaces when my principal walks by, and I'd splat on the floor. And I would make other people laugh at my own expense. I loved listening to people laugh. And I love getting a reaction out of them that just expanded their expectations. You know, they don't expect me to just fall on the floor. They don't expect me to make a fool out of myself. It stops them in their tracks for a moment and makes them wonder. This is the archetype of the fool. Someone who provokes others at their own expense so that they can facilitate in the process of the emotional, mental, spiritual transformation of others. Like a jester in a king's court, smacking himself with a rubber hammer, jumping into a pool to do a belly flop. I don't know. A happy king is a happy kingdom. And if the king will laugh if I make a fool out of myself, then I might as well for the benefit of everyone else in their life. Crispy, you ask. Can I have a card? You're struggling. I can do you one better. I can read for you another verse from this very spiritual book that has helped me in many ways. It's called The Pocket Pema Chodron, and I don't know if it'll focus, but Pema is a wonderful Buddhist nun, one of the wisest women in the world, and there are 108 adages, verses in this book. Tattvamasi has been asking for 99 a lot, so let me, as inspired by your wish, read 99 for you, Crispy, now. And Sky Guardian, if you are here and still awake, that's 2 Pema Chodron readings in this live stream. Since I know you like to keep track. This verse is called Impermanence is Real. Number 99. Impermanence means that the essence of life is fleeting. Some people are so skillful at their mindfulness practice that they can actually see each and every little movement of the mind changing, changing, changing. They can also feel body changing, changing, changing. It's absolutely amazing. The heart pumps blood all the time, and the blood keeps going, and the food gets digested, and the whole thing happens. It's amazing, and it's very impermanent. Every time you travel in a car, that might be the end. If you get really paranoid, impermanence can drive you crazy because you're scared to step off the curb. You're scared to go out of your house. You realize how dangerous life is. It's good to realize how dangerous it is because that makes the sense of impermanence real. It is good to realize that you will die, that death is right there on your shoulder all of the time. Many religions have meditations on death to let it penetrate our thick skulls that life doesn't last forever. It might be over in the next instant. Sometimes it's said that the end of every out-breath is actually the end. The opportunity is there to die completely. The renowned Zen master Suzuki Roshi gave the instructions. Sit still. Don't anticipate. Just be willing to die over and over again. Let that be a reminder. Being willing to die over and over again heightens the sense of gratitude and preciousness. Impermanence can teach you a lot about how to cheer up. Sometimes let it scare you. It is said, practice as if your hair were on fire. It's okay if it scares you. Fear can make you start asking a lot of questions. If it doesn't get you down, it's going to start you wondering, what is this fear? Where did it come from? What am I scared of? Maybe you're scared of the most exciting things you have yet to learn. Impermanence is a great reminder. Pema is very direct, isn't she? Cuts to the chase. Oh, to have her wisdom. And I forgot to show the cover again, in case anyone wanted to screenshot it. There's your opportunity, but I'll minimize it now. And thank you, mundane human things, for your cake, bubble tea, whipped coffee, a ginger man, an ice cream cone, popcorn, and a quartet of cloud bread. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Saturnus, for your 33 tiny dinies. Yippee! And Tatvamasi, thank you for inspiring us to read 99, and for your pair of fires. Jai Sitaram. Gregor, you shared the fun fact. Did we know that villain is a Latin word and means farmer? Same etymology as the terms villa, a house for villains, and village, a community of villains. That's awesome. I love that. It is funny because you answer a question I had today. While I was studying Sanskrit, I noticed that the house for village and a house was very similar. And I was trying to think, what is the name for a house in a village? I knew there was one. I was hoping it would come to me. And you have just reminded me now. It's a villa. So thank you for that. But how interesting is that? I wonder how farmers became known as evil over time. But maybe it works the other way around. That villains secretly are crop raisers, as they provide us with the opportunity for our own growth. Perhaps you could look at it that way as well. And thank you, Storm, for your flowers too. Jai Sitaram. And Isabella, thank you for your tiny. Yippee! Beth, you share that it's bedtime. I think you are right. Maybe we should start to wrap things up for tonight. But that doesn't mean we have to come to an end right now. There's still a few things I'd love to do with all of you. From asking you a question of the day, to reading from another section of Roar the Ganges, as well as a final meditative chanting that we can do at the end. And thank you, Zealot, for your octet of cloud breads. As always, Radhe Radhe. And thank you, Ron, for your heart me and 10-finger heart. Jai Sitaram. My question of the day for you all is, what are your favorite words of affirmations? And while you think about it, I'm going to open the door for my lovely cat, who I hear is meowing, and I'll show him to you. But think about the question of the day.
Who's that? Yeah. It was his birthday yesterday. You are so lovely. Just a big blob you are. A blob of fur. Baby. A big baby. Okay. Be free, my child. Now, the internet has collected some words of affirmations for you, Shadow. I shall read them out to you. Yeah. Yes, they're just for you. What will be, will be. You like that one? Yeah? Uh-huh. How about another one? Happy birthday, people are saying. Whatever you may be thinking or feeling, you are loved and loved just the same. You are now. Everything is for you. Amor fati. I don't know if I pronounced that right. You are safe. And everything is fine as it is. Aww. Ron, you share. He's meowing. Affirmations. Ooh. I love it. Hello, Steven. Good morning, Valentine. Thank you for everything. Yeah. Alright. Here's another door I'd like to open for him. There you go. Abel, you share such a powerful affirmation. We are absolute movement, the universal consciousness manifested into this realm. He said, I don't want enlightenment, I want the living room.
What is enlightenment, if not more room to live? Living room. You are braver than you believe, stronger than you seem, and smarter than you think. From Pooh, shares Zealot. So much wisdom in Winnie the Pooh, hey? I love that. Ice Stone, you share that your favorite affirmations are, let me respond to everyone from love, and it be heard to them. That's so wonderful. You are a lovely being. Everything will turn out okay. It always does. That's a great one. You are kind. You are patient. Or I guess I should put it in first person terms. Shares Ron. I am kind. I am patient. I am loving awareness. Spoken just like Ram Dass. Aw, it is 11:11 where you are, Amanda Michelle. So yes, let us allow you to put these affirmations to good use. And Kelsey, you share. I am who I am, and that is enough. 3 times in the morning and night. I like how it comes with a recipe. You give the ingredients, but you also have to give the recipe. How you use the ingredients. 3 times in the morning and night. You heard it here first. And thank you, Isabella, for your heart me, team bracelet, cheer you up, and a trio of roses you sent moments ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. Abel Mitz continues. In its continuous and unstoppable advancement over the seeming emptiness. I predict it shall continue more. Kayla, you share. You deserve to forgive yourself in the same way you would someone you love. Such a wonderful affirmation, Kayla. Thank you for sharing that. Michelle, you share. I am healthy and wealthy, and in divine, everything comes to me in perfect time. And I'm divine. I assume. A lovely affirmation. You filled the chat with love and it got blocked, says Doom Knight. Sometimes TikTok can't differentiate between spam and sincerity. Too much love and beyond existential ignorance towards the culminating unification of the everything, continues Abel Mitz. Very powerful affirmation coming from you. In a unified essence, you conclude. I love that. Thank you. Good night, Saturnus. Much love. And Ice Stone, you share. And in the morning before you opened your eyes, you give gratitude for arising again. How sweet is that? And Wanderlust Fairy, your affirmation / mantra is Om Mani Padme Hum. Mantra for the jewel at the center of the lotus. Lovely. Everything happens for a reason, says Lily's Tats. Can you overshare again? Asks Valentine. You are welcome to share as much as your heart desires. Zealot, you share, I am patient, I am kind, I do not envy, I do not boast, I am not proud. Wait, hang on. While we're waiting, Fairy Emily shares, Om Sat Chit Ananda. Existence, consciousness, bliss. Well, such wonderful words of affirmations, everyone. Thank you for exploring this topic with me. And maybe we can all leave with an affirmation, like one of those sidewalk libraries. Take a book, leave a book. Take an affirmation, leave an affirmation. That's the transaction. And thank you, Dob Darker, for your heart me a few minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. Orla, you share, I'm just a silly little guy doing her best. Aren't we all? Yeah, you agree, Shadow? Yeah, are you a silly little guy doing your best? Yeah. Alright. You have a door with a handle that requires disposable thumbs. No, wait. Opposable thumbs. Disposable thumbs. I don't want to get rid of them. I will come to your need, Shadow.
Yes, I love you. Thanks for saying hi. I love you.
Ah. And I love that affirmation you share. Paradigm. I give myself permission to feel my feelings, and it's okay. Wonderful. All right. Thank you, everyone, again, for exploring this question of the day together. And thank you, mundane human things, for your hearts. Radhe, Radhe. And Mr. Mushy's mycology, or mysology. Thank you for your rose. Jai Sita Ram. And I love that idea, Vince. Helping someone may be the answer to another's prayer. And Orla Conway, you share that you've heard people say they can't take their affirmations seriously, but that's still valid. Like, if you can only laugh at your affirmations, laugh at you laughing next. It's wonderful. Life is weird, and we are silly. Sometimes affirmations can hide what we're feeling. Like if you're scared, affirming yourself that it's okay can come with the sentiment that we're invalidating the fact that we don't feel like it's okay. So it can be helpful to, instead of affirming that you're okay, affirm that it's okay to not feel okay. then that affirmation becomes something that we can actually believe in, or at least start to. Valentine, thank you for your octet of roses and your star. Hari Om Tat Sat. Good night. Good morning for you. You know, I still don't know if it's Valentine or Valentine, so I like to switch it up. And thank you, Moonflower Magic, for your perfume. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Zealot, you share. I feel silly doing affirmations. Okay then. It is okay to feel silly doing affirmations. There we go. Bravo. Maya, thank you for your 10 roses. Radhe Radhe. I like to feel silly also, Gregor. Thank you, Mary, for your finger heart and friendship necklace. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Do I need anything? Asks Ice Stone. Thank you for asking. At the moment, I feel complete in my needs, but I appreciate your offering. On to the second to last segment, reading Roar the Ganges, and then we'll do a mantra. You are wondering, Gregor, where is our mantra from today? Just you wait, it is coming. Can we do the Kali mantra? We can do another Kali mantra soon. Today and tomorrow I've already planned with Sky Guardian the mantras we'll be doing. But we can certainly do another Kali mantra soon. This book takes place from a Westerner's eyes as he traverses the spiritual territory of India in a city called Rishikesh, at an ashram where he is studying under the guidance of his guru, Swami Dayananda. This chapter is called The Play of Consciousness. Saturday, March 18th. Sitting together in the dining hall after class, my friend Vijay invited me to join him for a walk after breakfast. We quickly ate our upma, a concoction of spicy cream of wheat laced with huge peppercorns that shocked my taste buds every time I bit down on the black bombshells. After we finished our tea and washed our plates, we set out along the river towards the Kailash ashram and the Ram Jhula bridge that crosses the Ganges beyond. We walked briskly, stimulated by the fresh air. It does sound yummy, I agree. That is one thing I am terrified for when I go to India. I don't think my body is going to be ready for the spice. I'll have to acclimate, start practicing eating spicy food before I leave. My friend Vijay slowed his pace a bit and said with his usual heavy accent, "Yesterday you were spending so much of time with Richard that we could not be meeting at all." I nodded, hoping my recent inattention had not slighted him. We walked along the river, talking about my upcoming initiation as a Swami, a Hindu monk, about Vijay's ongoing studies, and about the recent events at the ashram here. Then, Vijay asked me about my life in the Pennsylvania ashram the last time we met. I was a student there, but now I had been its manager for the past 2 years. Amanda, you share. Amanda, hail. My goodness, we've got 4 Amandas now. Kimchi is super spicy, and that will acclimate you pretty fast, even though it's Korean. There is a place near me that sells some good kimchi. I'll have to try it for you. That must be very much work for you, managing the ashram, Vijay said. Yes, I replied. It has been far more demanding than I thought it would be. There is so much work, program planning, fundraising, publicity, daily operations, all of which requires a lot of time and effort. What is the most difficult work to you? Asked Vijay. The hardest part has been dealing with so many different people, staff members, volunteers, students, board members, visitors, and especially myself. I smiled, amused by my own observation. Got a lot of kimchi lovers in chat, so it seems. That's awesome. I explained. I suppose every manager encounters a few persons who are difficult to handle. People sometimes come to my office angry or upset about something. When anything goes wrong at the ashram, the manager gets the blame. But then it really is the manager's responsibility to address every problem. Yet, once in a while, someone bursts into my office feeling so irate that it's impossible to even discuss the problem. There have even been times when others have shouted at me in anger. I'm sure many of us who have ever done customer service can relate. Is it true? Vijay's eyes opened wide. That is very bad. I suppose their shouting serves a purpose, I mused. Perhaps it allows them to vent their frustration and let go of their anger. Then they can settle down enough so we can address the problem calmly. You are letting them shout at you like that? Why not? Besides, when they are so angry, what choice do I have? Vijay shook his head in disapproval. Also, I continued, in a way, they gave me the opportunity to learn how to apply these Vedantic teachings to difficult situations in daily life. If I had not learned that lesson, I don't think I could have coped with my role as manager. We discussed how my identification with the role of manager was a source of struggle and suffering for me. Throughout my life, I had constantly been identified with one role or another: student, engineer, consultant. Later on, being a spiritual seeker developed yet into another role. I took each of these roles very seriously. They were the vehicles through which I tried to achieve my goals. We play so many roles in life. A woman might be a medical doctor, wife, mother, daughter, cook, and housekeeper, yet she is the same person who plays each of the roles. But we often forget that they are just roles. We usually become deeply identified with them and lose sight of the difference between ourselves and our roles. This confusion can wreak havoc on our lives. My guru, Swami Dayananda, often explained this with a story about an actor who plays the role of a beggar in a drama. The script calls for a beggar to stand on a street corner soliciting alms, food, and then be rudely pushed aside by a passerby. The beggar is to fall on the ground and lay there weeping. Suppose the actor has become so identified with their role that after being knocked down, he leaps to his feet enraged and attacks the other actor. If this happened in the middle of a performance, it would be a disaster. Now that's method acting, right? For the actor to portray his role properly, he must know it is merely a role. Then he can enjoy it even as he lays on the ground crying, knowing that the audience adores his performance and that he will be well paid for his skillful portrayal. He can enjoy his role because he understands that the beggar is him, but he is not a beggar. This is proper understanding. Or, as my Guru Swami Dayananda expressed it, B, beggar, is A, actor, but A is not B. With this formula, he taught us that roles depend on the person, but people are independent of their roles. I had to learn that being manager was just a role. At first, when I was still identified with my role, if someone stormed into my office shouting at me, I felt threatened. Sometimes I got angry and shouted back, fighting fire with fire. But that only made the situation worse. Tempers flared, accusations were hurled back and forth, but the person's problem remained unresolved. At other times, instead of getting angry, I found myself feeling hurt. I felt that my efforts to make the ashram run smoothly went unappreciated, and that no one understood the difficulties I faced each day. I was just a volunteer and didn't receive a salary for my long hours. I was simply trying to help provide an opportunity for others to benefit, as I did as a student. Sometimes I felt so hurt and misunderstood that I considered leaving the ashram to escape the burden of being a manager. I never left, but the ache in my heart made this work a constant struggle. Every time I got angry or hurt, my attention would be ripped away from trying to address the other person's problems, and instead I would be plunged into my own emotional morass. Morass? It's a good word, one I haven't heard before. When I was overcome by emotion, instead of acting according to my best judgment, I could only react, sometimes responding inappropriately. In the end, the person's problem would remain unaddressed, and I would have the additional burden of needing to address my own anger or hurt. I eventually learned how to apply what Swami Dayananda had taught us about roles. When someone was angry with me, I reminded myself that being manager is just a role, one of many roles I play. I began to see how the person's anger was directed at the manager, at the character sitting behind the manager's desk. I could understand that such anger was not directed at me personally. With this shift of perspective, I no longer felt threatened or attacked, nor did I find myself getting angry or hurt as a result. Instead, I could listen with compassion. I could remain emotionally accessible and caring, even when being shouted at. Freed from my own reactions, I could do my best to work with the person to address their problem. And we shall end our reading there for tonight. But we shall hopefully continue this reading tomorrow. A wonderful book by Swami Taratmananda Ji. Thank you everyone for listening with me. Before we go, we have a chanting meditation that you are all welcome to participate in. And thank you, Liv, for your donut. Radhe, Radhe. And I love that analogy, Gregor, about your role depending on you, but you being independent from your role. It's like how all rectangles are squares, but not all squares are rectangles. Wait a second. You mean all squares are rectangles, but not all rectangles are squares. Now, thank you, Chelsea. Yes, shout out to Sky Guardian. Such a lovely being here who has done so much for our Sangha. From gifting the Roar of the Ganges, as well as the Vajana Amrut, and actually many other books that we have yet to read, and setting up the mantras, as well as clipping the recordings for dedicated playlists like the readings and chantings that we do. He is a true karma yogi. So the mantra that we are doing today, rendered traditionally in Devanagari, is Om Swami Narayanaya Namaha. And in English, here we have a transliteration, Om Swami Narayanaya Namaha. And it means, I bow down to Sahajananda Parabrahma, who is Swami together with Narayan. This is a mantra that comes directly from His Holiness Pramukh Swami Maharaj, who, as far as I know, is the one reciting the mantra that we will play in the background as we do it. And if I can find a picture of him, I believe there was one. Yes, there it is. There is His Divine Holiness Swami Pramukh Maharaj, who was the previous successor to the BAPS Swami Narayan Stasta. Sorry, Sanstha. Got my Sanskrit wrong. So this is a mantra that honors the lineage of the book that we have been reading intermittently. So I am going to minimize our background music and maximize the music for us to chant along with. Let me set it up. Here we go. All right. And as always, it may take a couple repetitions until you get a feel for it, and even more until the energy that is encapsulated in it starts coming out. Unfortunately, given the context of a TikTok live stream, we probably won't listen to the full 20-minute recording, but we can make a dent in the first few minutes, get a feel for it, and I encourage you to check out other mantras in your own time and practice it at your own openness. And yes, mundane human things. I do plan on taking you all with me to India, at least digitally. Okay. I hope you all can hear that.
Om Swami Narayana Namaha. 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 Om Swami Narayana Om Swami Narayana Namaha. 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 Om Swami Narayana Namaha.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for chanting together or just listening. What a wonderful mantra that is. It is the one from which Swami Narayanaya, or Swami Narayan, gets his name. The ya prefix at the end is a grammatical case, ending, that indicates that the Namo, the surrendering, is done towards Swami Narayan. Can I pronounce it for you all again? Om Swami Narayanaya Namaha. Om Swami Narayanaya Namaha. Thank you, Amanda, for your tiny that you sent a minute ago. It's time for the tiny took. Yippee! Thank you, Tatvamasi, for your quintet of roses too. Jai Sita Ram. Thank you, Valentine, for your trio of stars. Radhe, Radhe. Good night. And thank you, Paul, for your rose. Jai Sita Ram. And that is a good observation doom night. that the H is pronounced as a syllable. In English, we can't totally accurately transcribe that H at the end, or the pair of dots that you see at the end of Namaha. Actually, it's called a visarga, and it's not an H sound, nor is it a full consonant in itself. It is actually a dispersion of air that can sound like an echo of the previous vowel, a very breathy echo. So it's not namaha, although you might hear in modern times people pronouncing it as such. It's actually the relinquishing of your breath. So it's namaha. Whatever breath is still in you, you let it out. Namaha. But if it's easier for you to just chant Namah or Namaha, that is totally allowed. But a great observation. Thank you, Moonflower Magic, for your finger heart. Radhe, Radhe. As a fun fact, the visarga is actually where we get the sibilants or the fricatives. When the visarga is pronounced before a labial sound, that is what creates the F sound. At least that's how it is defined in Sanskrit. Like in the Gayatri mantra, there is two words, na and prachodayat in the last verse. But that na actually has a visarga, an expulsion of breath. So that expulsion leading into the P sound of prachodayat actually begins with a little bit of an F sound because of that expulsion. Naf prachodayat. There is a secret F sound as a result of that visarga. So too, a visarga before a dental makes a sound, before a palatal makes a sh sound, like in Om Namah Shivaya. There actually is a prolonging of the sh sound in Shivaya due to the visarga in Namah Shivaya. Anyway, I could probably go on forever about the beauty of the visarga and its analogous meaning of giving our energy. But that's a topic for another time. Thank you, Moonflower Magic, for your finger heart, and Liv for your hand hearts. Radhe, Radhe. As always, I will be uploading the full, almost 6-hour recording of this live to the Yamsox Lives YouTube channel. There, I've written a program that chapters the whole thing. So if you ever want to listen to another part of this stream or a previous stream, in the description there's a timestamp and a title with every topic discussed, thanks to modern technology. So you can click on exactly the subjects you want to listen to and skip the rest. Am I missing the 27th? Asks Amanda. Or rather, you state that I am missing. Actually, the ASMR sanghas are uploaded to my other YouTube channel, Yamsox ASMR, which has a different theme, a different intent, but both are linked in the link tree in my bio. And thank you, Greg RG. That's quite all right. I look forward to reading your email. Thank you, Paul, for another finger heart. Radhe, Radhe. It's a good question, Orla. How can one go on for 6 hours like this? I've been known to go on for longer. Some of you emphatically called it the Yamathon. I could go on for much longer, but I probably shouldn't cut into my sleeping time. One of these days we'll have to do a 24-hour stream, or just see how long I can go without stopping. That would be fun. I am nowhere close to my limit. Thank you, Amanda, for your corgi. Hariom Tat Sat. Very cute. And speaking of cute things, the sock on my microphone, which comes in a pair, although its other friend has disappeared for the moment. Rather, I am sitting on it, actually. Here it is. I'll drape it over it as well. Yamsox. 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 Yams socks. Yamsox. 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 Yam soxes. Yam socks that are yam socks. Okay. That and this beanie that has a tiny diny that says Yippee is available on the store section of the link tree in my bio. It is the only thing I sell, but I offered it to you with the opportunity to give you something in return for the support that you render me. And as many of you know, I am saving up for a trip to India. Very close. I assume I'll be there any day now. But thank you everyone for this lovely Sangha, as always. You're confused, that makes two of us. Inked bunny. Confusion is my natural state, but you learn to love it, I think. Yippee! May this live stream be an offering to Sri Radha Krishna, the divine feminine and masculine, in the form that speaks to my heart. Radhe Krishna, Radhe Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Shyam Shyam, Radhe Radhe. May you all have a beautiful rest of your present moment.